people that are coming or are currently in our prisons and jails. And I say this because I was part of the campaign that was responsible that got the first executive order signed by Governor Cuomo in 2018 that gave people that were on parole the right to vote after they were given a conditional pardon. And of course, you know now, and I know Assemblywoman Walker knows that now people automatically have their voting rights restored upon release. That was phase 2. We also got phase 3 coming up, which means that they never lose that right, like Maine, Vermont, and Washington. But anyway, what I want to say, I don't want to get too far into this here, is that this population is always the forgotten and excluded population. And oftentimes we don't think, like, these are very same people that are in our prison and jails are going to be our neighbors one day. They're going to be our constituents one day. They're going to be our voters. And without the education and information as to the process in itself and understanding your vote, and even more important, how to use your vote. And I said this before, and I'll say it again. With the right to vote comes education and information. Without that education and information, it's like a blind man with glasses. What are you going to do with glasses if you don't know and you can't see? So I think one of the things in the broad spectrum of things is that we need to put some money into educating our people who are in these prisons and jails, who eventually will be coming back to our community, that will eventually be coming back to vote. And there should be a program that is specifically targeted and designed for new voters that are formerly incarcerated, that are returning to our community, that don't understand. And some of them never voted in their life. You'd be surprised when I tell people about registering to vote. And they say, what for and for whom should I vote? My vote do not count. Well, that's because they've been brainwashed. And I think that this needs to be done away with. And part of having this being done away is through education and information and dissemination. And I just want to just drop that little piece in there, and I'm gonna get off.
No, thank you for that. No, we like your soapbox, but that just reminds me of a point. I'm looking at you right now, Omar. We're talking about education, information, and disseminating it. And part of the challenge is New York is the place for everyone from everywhere. And part of the challenge is meeting people where they are. And that comes especially with just being able to communicate with them, starting with language.
Yeah, absolutely. And we cannot sit here and talk about how diverse New York City is if we're not also going to those people in those diverse communities and meeting them where they're at and offering voting information in a language that they understand. So what I was talking about earlier, close to 1 million people in New York City, almost 10% of the population speaks a language other than English and does not speak English very well. So now we do have policies in place. We have, thankfully, knock on wood, a federal Voting Rights Act. I had to make sure it's still there, thankfully. And it does provide some protection, very limited. In New York City, because of how large New York City is and the geography and the way that the law is written, only 4 languages are covered by that out of the dozens that are spoken throughout the city. So what that means is you have languages like Haitian Creole with 40,000 potential voters not included. They don't get a ballot in their language. 100,000 Russian speakers, again, limited English, they don't get a ballot in their language. And so just those 2 languages alone, that's 140,000 people who are not getting a ballot in their language. That's equivalent to the city of Syracuse, New York. The entire city doesn't get a ballot in their language. We would look at that as a crisis of democracy. And so this is happening. We, at the Campaign Finance Board, we are held with the law. You asked earlier about some potential changes. We do favor changes. My co-panelist, Assemblywoman Walker, has co-sponsored some legislation by the name of the New York Voter Rights Act that would change the formula, the way that they identify these languages, so it would broaden this set of languages that get included, that where the person gets a ballot in their language, that gets interpretation at the poll site. Now, we have filled in some gaps in terms of making voter registration forms available in additional languages beyond the Voting Rights Act. Other parts of city government have stepped in and filled the gap with interpretation at poll sites, but it's imperfect. We need a policy change. We need the mandate in place, because that's how government moves. That's how things move. You have to have the policy in place. And now with that said, resources are needed. I'll give you an example.
Please.
To produce a voter guide, which we send to every registered voter in New York City, that's 4.8 million for this general election. To translate those into just English, Spanish, Bengali, and Korean, not just, but to those four languages.
The four languages.
That costs close to $1 million. That costs close to $1 million, those languages. If we wanted to include the other languages that are considered citywide languages, Arabic, French, Urdu, Russian, etc., and others, that would, Haitian Creole, Polish, Yiddish, many others, that would cost another $1 million for that voter guide. Now, so we need resources to be able to do this. That doesn't include staff who are fluent and able to communicate and have ties to these communities. All of these things require resources. Now, you mentioned technology. I'll give you another example. This past June, we had ranked choice voting that was on the ballot, not in this November, but in June it was.
Right.
And the city committed some funds to educate New Yorkers about this. Now, thanks to those funds, sort of at the 11th hour, we were able to translate information on our website into 10 additional languages. Now, that's just not feasible to do with something that we print out and mail to people. So having it available through technology does give us more capabilities when it comes to.
But then we go back to that broadband issue that Assembly Member Walker talked about as well. Yeah.
We're talking about hard things. If this was easy, we wouldn't be talking about it, so.
Can I ask you something, Omar? Just as I asked Michelle at the start of the night, I wonder if you could walk us through what it is like to be a person who is not fluent or versed in those four languages that materials are in. If I'm showing up at the polls and I speak Haitian Creole and I read in Russian or Urdu or something, and I come in there, what is that experience like? Am I just like being handed this sheet of paper, just looking for the name that I think I want to vote for when I walk in?
You're approaching it. I mean, as I mentioned, thankfully the city has filled in some of the gap with interpreters at poll sites. In addition, you do have the right to bring in someone with you into the poll site, as long as they're not your employer or your union representative. No offense, Lucia, but it's you can't bring someone with you, and so that's something that we see folks do. But it hews closely to what you said. I mean, you go somewhere, the ballot is not in the language that you speak most comfortably, and in many cases, there's not an interpreter that's available, and so people are relying on third parties, family members, people that they know personally to help them through that process. And again, as I said, we can't speak about the value of New York being such a diverse place if we're not going to place value on the people who make it that way. And those people want to vote, and they don't always speak English. And that's just the reality, and we have to be ready to meet them there.
I think that's a great point that you made, because we were just having a conversation about the implementation of AVR and OVR. And of course, all of the language that they're utilizing are the voting rights languages. And they are not including these additional languages. And from what I understand, it's over 600 different languages spoken in New York City. And so whether or not we're going to have the resources to take care of all of those different languages, I think we need to raise up and definitely go back into the Voting Rights Act while we're doing the John Lewis Voting Rights Bill Act across the country. Everyone's raising up about that. I think that voter access, voter language access is almost about as important of an issue as any other, as whatever is the most supreme, just access to materials, etc. That we have to make sure that we are prioritizing this particular issue, not just here in New York State, not just in New York City. New York City is an anomaly in a lot of cases, but New York State is a very, very big place. And the type of respect that we give in New York City about language access, it just doesn't happen, and it's almost non-existent in other parts and counties across our state.
So you bring me to a question that I've been pondering, looking at other places around the country that have different ways that they vote and things that they do. New York has the potential to be a leader in language access, but I wonder what we could learn from other municipalities and states about voting that we could do better here. We gave ranked choice voting a go after hearing about other places around the country and the Bay Area and all this stuff. So New York got in on the ranked choice experiment. But I'm wondering from each of your perspectives, where are places that we could be looking for best practices to collectively enhance enfranchisement here, as well as just the whole process of once you do get someone into voting from the beginning to the end of the thing? Where should we be looking? Who's doing it right or something we could steal? You were saying something, Omar?
Oh, I wanted to go to the Los Angeles County. It's a very large county. It's LA.
Yep.
Another very diverse place. They have something that's called the Language Access Advisory Committee that operates within the election system. I think that's a model that gives people a specific place that they can go to address these issues and really take root within policymaking spaces and making sure that this lens of language access is being included. I think this is a model that will work for disability rights as well and other factors. There's also, they've shown the model of a language access hotline. So if you could imagine just a number that you could call and get voting information in your language, or get to a registration form or an absentee ballot in the language of your choosing. Some of these languages that we're talking about are not traditionally written. And so even having access to be able to have a conversation in that language is something that would empower many, many voters.
I know you mentioned LA, but I'm aware that in Los Angeles, Chicago, and in Washington, D.C., people who are in jail can actually vote in jail within the confines of the jail. They have polling places there. So if that's possible in jail, why are we in New York not able to set up a little poll site in the jails? Not that any of you are responsible for not or putting it in.
Everybody ready to come in on this one?
Yeah, that's a hot topic. I'm gonna jump on it right quick. So,
well, come on, bring it.
Simply,
I want to hear. I want to hear from you, Victor, of course. But I've got an attorney in this corner and one in this corner as well. But I'm going to start with you, Victor.
I'm just going to jump on this one. This one thing I'm going to say is this here. Well, very short, right? And like anything and everything else, is those who are in power want to continue to stay in power and want the people that don't have the power to continue not to have power. Can you imagine? We got 2.2 to 2.3 people in our prisons and jail. Just imagine if everybody in every jail and every prison could vote. What we could be able to do system-wide. And you want to know the answer to why they don't have it? Because they don't want to have it. Simple as that. There's no, it's not, rocket science and stuff here. They don't want them to have it. So just like Maine, Vermont, and just recently Washington, why don't we have it in New York City? We're supposed to be progressive. We're working on that. But they don't have it because they don't want to have it. Simple as that. And they know that power of that vote could change the system and can change the people who make these miserable laws that affects our law in such an adverse way. Is a simple answer to that for me. May not be
So
the right answer, but that's my answer.
I know that from June of 2000 to June of 2021, New York's DOC said that they submitted about 1,800 voter registrations, ballot requests, and ballots to our city's Board of Elections. But I want to talk about a number that Victor just shared, and I'm looking at you, Councilor Simmons, there. Is that a class action suit you would be willing to take on and lead? You got a few 100,000 potential clients who are saying, you know what, we've been disenfranchised in the state of New York. What of the political power and the possibility for coalition building, in your opinion, for these groups that are disenfranchised from so many pockets of our community?
Well, that's quite interesting, because to tell you the truth, the Center for Law and Social Justice and the Legal Defense Fund brought that lawsuit about 20 years ago to get people who are incarcerated the right to vote. But I want to mention something. Right now, people who are incarcerated but are waiting, that's in the term detention, pre-trial, predetermination detention, have the right to vote. And that right to vote is sometimes enabled and sometimes not enabled. By that I mean a New York City Corrections Department, Rikers Island, Brooklyn House of D, etc. Sometimes they do it and sometimes they don't. They've gotten better at it, but the don't is wholly illegal. We brought a lawsuit to have people who are incarcerated vote in the state of New York. It was before its time, way before its time, and the judge did not understand. The federal judge did not understand why we kept talking about people who are citizens in prison should have the right to vote. Now I think it's definitely come of age. People understand it better. Courts, don't think that courts are all knowing. You have to teach the judges. You have to teach them. And some magnificent court papers were created that told the whole history of felony laws, how it came directly out of an attempt to create chain gangs up south and down south. We gave the court all of that, and the court still did not understand that this was basically a continuation of slavery. So I think it is right for someone to do it again. However, the courts, the federal courts, that's where you have to go. They're less friendly than they were 20 years ago.
Even after 13.
Believe me when I say they are less friendly. They are less likely to want to hear about it. But I do think that its time has come. And I'm very proud of the work that we did on that case. And the fact that was a multiracial coalition working toward that, to get that done. I also want to say something else. And I'm glad that the ADA is right up in front of our face now in terms of voting rights, because I hope everybody knows that the Justice Department had to sue New York State to get it to comply. They had Margaret Fung and myself and 10 other people as an advisory board for 2 years, and they still didn't implement it. It took a lawsuit for them to implement it. And let me give you the bad news. They still have not implemented it completely in New York State, and definitely
implemented
not in New York City.
Underline that for us.
Have gone to early voting polling sites where you got to walk 4 blocks after you get off a bus, or more than that from a train, to get to the polling site. It may be an accessible polling site, the building, but it is not location accessible. It's out of the way. You have to know where you're going to get there. So that's not what I consider to be accessible. And finally, I'm also going to jump on that question you asked. What would we do to change? Same day registration. That means you go to the polling site, you register to vote, and then you vote. That's what I want. But I also want them to stop breaking the law and changing polling sites at the last minute and not giving voters notice. They did that in the last in 2020. It was a scandal. They changed polling sites. The Board of Elections changed polling sites in less than 5 days. Did not even send out notices to the voters. So the voters are wandering around like chickens without heads trying to find out where they have to vote. If they go online, what's online is wrong. I mean, so that is frustrating the voter, and that is voter suppression, New York City style. And I saw it happen with my own eyes. I was on several candidates, and myself and voting rights attorneys had to jump on the Board of Elections, and then they said they couldn't fix it. It was too late. So obviously the people had to handle that themselves. And finally, I want to take my hat off, my mythical hat off, to some candidates and some civic groups that have set up tents outside polling sites, large polling sites, so they can translate literature and guide voters who don't have voting access, language access, guide them outside the 100 yards, 100 feet, so they're not doing electioneering. They're simply translating the material for people who don't get those literature translated. I saw it done for Haitian Creole, and I saw it done for Russian Jew. But that's community groups doing that. So I take my hat off to New York City Votes. They're great, as well as obviously our Assemblywoman. There's been more progress in New York State in the last 4 years regarding voting rights and opening up. New York State trying to catch up with the rest of the world in terms of what can be done for voting, rather than trying to stay in the age of the restriction and voter suppression. So there's a lot to be done. There's a lot that has been done. Some very good things have happened, but we have some challenges ahead of time. We definitely have challenges.
Well, to speak about challenges and what's... No, please.
Note that one of those attorneys in her former life, before being the election law chair, who did sue the Board of Elections with respect to a number of those changed polling sites, of course, under the leadership and the tutelage of my mentor, the amazing attorney Esmeralda Simmons. She really was the Center for Law and Social Justice was breeding ground for a lot of that. But there will be a number of ballot measures on the back of the ballot, which may address one of Esmeralda's concerns about same-day voter registration. And That's so right. There's a 10-day requirement now that you have to register to vote. And just for purposes of people who are listening in today, this Friday is the last day to register to vote in the general election that's coming up. But hopefully you will turn over the ballot and you will complete those 5 ballot proposals, one about access to same-day voter registration, the other one about making absentee ballot a real reality and removing, the requirement to have to say that you're unavailable, et cetera. Right. So the no excuse absentee ballot. There's going to be a question with respect to redistricting. There's a question about clean water. And so again, make sure that you are flipping over your ballot when you go out to vote. And lastly, if there's any change that I would like to see take place, of course, putting pre-clearance back into our systems to make sure that any changes to our voting processes that will disenfranchise particular communities of color, we definitely have to get that back. We have to undo what they undid in Shelby, Shelby County case. So that's number one. And then, of course, I would love to see a day when we can, vote online like they do in Alaska and Hawaii, DC, and a number of other places as well. If we can bank online, which one of the things that, people think that is the most secure thing, in the universe, your banking, you don't want nobody to touch that. I think that we can vote online as well.
So we're in this world right now where the big lie went all around the world and they still won't let it go. And we've got you advocating for voting online. I couldn't get on my Facebook, my WhatsApp, or Instagram a few hours ago. So I talked about technology moving us forward. Did we learn any lessons during this COVID voting time that any of you would like to see carried forward, expanded, broadened in any way that would serve each of the constituencies that you work most closely with?
I just want to say technology is here, right? And everyone wants to be like, the boogeyman. It's here. We've been using it. For phones, I mean, even our communities, the most disenfranchised, economically impoverished, people have some kind of digital, and those places that we don't, we're trying to bridge the gap, right? But we're getting there. It's gotten a lot better. Our children getting the laptops, right, at home, and the dynamics. The reality is that if we stopped putting up all the excuses and taking, we're already messing up and we're doing it old school. Let's mess it up moving forward if we're going to do that, right? And let's try to figure out better ways of opening it up so everyone can vote. And the reality is that I got to give it to Victor here. Like, they don't want us to all vote.
Right.
25% of the city only turning out to vote on average for city elections. And we're putting all these measures together. You can have the best equipment, you can have the best tools, you can have everything. But we need to get to a point where folks are stepping up and I gotta change it up this time. I gotta go vote, right? And we gotta move people, and we have to be able to not just go to the same voters all the time. And kudos to all those organizations doing the vote and all the union members that do try to turn out other members and the community to actually turn out. But it's exhausting and it's nonstop across the city. And we have after election, and we'll have more after redistricting process where we'll see city council have 2 additional rounds. And we had over 200 some odd candidates in this last primary. I mean, it's exhausting, but we need to be able to see and reap the benefits of seeing people actually turn out. So huge responsibility out to all those voters that stay home, that haven't updated their stuff, turn out because we need you. And, it makes a huge difference. We saw it, so many races, so tight, and it's going to continue to look that way the more people start turning out.
If I can jump in here quickly too and add, technology is the thing that's making everything more accessible for people with disabilities. It is opening up the world to people with disabilities, and that includes the vote. So we have a responsibility to start harnessing the technology, like she said, that's already here, because it's going to make the system work for so many more people. I'm thinking back to when Omar was talking. Actually, the whole time Omar was talking, I was thinking about how much overlap there is between disability access and language access, right?
Yes.
Our needs are so similar. Even just the whole time he was talking, I was thinking about voters who are deaf. And for deaf voters, their primary barrier isn't that they can't hear, it's that poll workers don't speak ASL, and that's their language, right? It's a language issue. The whole time Victor was talking, Victor speaks directly into my soul, because the whole time he was talking, I was thinking about people with disabilities and the centuries that we were imprisoned in institutions, because what we do is we lock up people that we don't want to see. Right. And we finally are getting people with disabilities out of institutions. But when we don't set up appropriate community supports, they end up in prisons. To say nothing of the fact that incarceration creates disabilities, right? A simple illness or injury without proper medical attention turns into a long-term condition. The conditions in prisons create depression and PTSD and anxiety, right? We're creating more people with disabilities. We're locking up people with disabilities. All of this, it's all of us, right? It's every voter, and it's the unique needs of every voter and what makes it work. And so I think Omar was really smart to talk about Los Angeles. One of the things they do and some other places do really well, 2 things that I think are really important, and they're more procedural than anything else. They create options for voters, right? You've got online registration, automatic registration, and same-day registration. You can vote during early voting or on election day. You can vote in person. You can vote remotely. You have the option to get that paper ballot or to receive it and mark it electronically and return it that way. All those options, they make the process just work for all different types of voters, so that whatever it is that you need, you can get that, right? So if that Wi-Fi isn't there, or you're just not the most tech savvy person, you can go do it old school. If that technology is what's going to make it work for you, it's there. The other thing that I think jurisdictions like that do really well is that they bring everyone like us into that conversation. All of those voters and people who represent those voters need to really be integrated into the process. We can't design an electoral process that works for one particular type of person and then figure out everything that's wrong with it on the back end, and then either try to retrofit it to make it work for them, or, as some people have pointed out,
never make it work for them. They have to be part of the process. It should be transparent, and we should be at the table the whole way through designing a process that works for everyone. And I would be remiss if I, of course, did not at that point put in a pitch for Disability Rights New York, who have an office in Brooklyn, drny.org, who absolutely want to be part of that process. And if anyone's watching who has a disability or is interested in these issues, they want to help you be able to vote as well.
Michelle, I love the way your brain works. Thank you for synthesizing, pulling all those threads and tying them together in a way that's so understandable and conversational. I can tell you just a little behind the scenes here as we were working through our editorial process here. Like, none of you are here by accident. This is why we wanted to have all these minds in one room. And we were thinking, like, from the sort of 10,000 square foot view of the vote is just the end of a long process. If we're talking about disenfranchisement, I want to just posit this question to all of you about people who feel, as Victor and Michelle just explained, how this is not designed for me. Nobody thought of me or considered me when it came time to come home, when it came time to get a job, when it came time to be able to get to work. None of these systems seem to have me in mind, but I'm supposed to be an active participant in my democracy by voting. So I'm wondering how disenfranchisement is just the end of the road for people who are continually being confronted with systems and power structures that just don't seem to have them in mind or be there for their benefit, and how we can expect folks to just show up to vote every day if that's the one thing that works when nothing else sort of works for them.
I think one of the themes that we've heard from all of the panelists today, including your commentary, is that we have to educate, advocate, agitate, legislate, and litigate. And as long as we're doing all of those things, we will address the intentional or maybe even the unintentional disenfranchisement of all New Yorkers and all the people of the United States, quite frankly. But we have to remember, and I'm going to quote Esmeralda when she teaches or has taught me that, you know, it may have taken us 400 years to get here, but it's going to take us an eternity to protect all of the advances that we've made. And so that has not gone lost on me.
So I want to just chime in now and say thank you so much to the Assemblywoman and to all of the other speakers here today, because you're touching my heart when you talk about voting rights, and to be surrounded by you, even if it's electronically, it feels good. It feels good. Omar, I love you. Victor, we're still there. And I already told you I'm still working with Lucia and Michelle. We haven't met, but thank you for everything that you do. And I already spoke about the wonderful Latrice and what she's been doing. But please understand, folks, that we're the fanatics. You're looking at the fanatics. We're doing this year in, year out, year in, year out. We can't continue to be there, the crazy people yelling at the corner, okay? Because number one, people tune us out after a while. They say, oh, there she is again. There he goes again. We need you. We need you. We don't want it to be the crazy woman and the crazy man at the corner. We want it to be Black Lives Matter, Black Votes Matter, people with disabilities should vote. We want people language access. We need people who are formerly incarcerated to be part of our family. They are citizens. They vote. We need you to be active. And this goes beyond civic participation. It's food, shelter, clothing, and then your say in your society. If you don't have a say, you might as well check yourself out, because you're really not a real citizen. And what's working now is that I'm beginning to understand that there is citizen and then there is second-class citizen. And unfortunately, almost everybody on this call, everybody in this forum, are talking about the mechanisms that have kept so many of us to be second-class citizens. And we refuse to accept it. We refuse to accept it. We will not accept it. You know, I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. I'm saying that in quotes. we are not going for it. So please join us. We need masses of you saying this. We need masses of you complaining about what happened to you on election day. Don't be silent. Complain about it. And then, yes, we need to do everything. And the education and organizing is the major point. So thank you, voter. I am so tickled, Brian, that you are an election official on election day. Thank you. Now that's modeling behavior, folks. And he got paid to do it. And he told you it's a rough job. It's a rough job, but you do get paid for it.
It's a long day.
You want to do good? Come on.
Go
it's
down.
Almost a volunteer, but you get paid.
Yeah,
So
it's like
follow
volunteering and you get a check at the end. Just go down and do your duty.
And when you get the check, you say, "Oh my God, that was a rough day," but it's worth it. It's worth it.
Listen,
and you get
I've got a
exposed to
question.
what's actually happening in our society.
It's true, and you meet a lot of interesting neighbors. I'm going to leave it at that. But I do have one question here in the same line. Esmeralda just spoke about like expanding the ranks. So there's somebody who wants to be on the squad, particularly I'm looking at you, Omar. There's someone who asked, how does one volunteer to help with languages? I'm a Bengali speaker. I've noticed a lot of typos and spelling mistakes on printouts in the text in Bangla. So typesetting errors make it hard to follow. So how do we leverage some of that diversity that we like to tout, but we need to see brought to bear in the voting booth in the election process? What do you do if you have a skill set that you want to help out your community?
I mean, I want to plug our website, voting.nyc, where we take submissions from folks who either want to volunteer or work with us in one way or another, voting.nyc. We are, we work on translations over time. We contract this out. We always are also looking, for assistance to make sure our translations are good, and we want to get this feedback. So I actually would love to hear from that person. And I don't know if my email or anything or any contact information is showing up on the screen, but I would love to hear from that person. I think going back to something Michelle said also, the attention to detail when it comes to these things and experiences of people not like ourselves is critical. We have had a chance to work with Disability Rights New York, and again, going back to our experience with ranked choice voting, this was something where we had to think about how is it going to impact people who use the ballot marking device, and so we were so things like that. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. How do you even translate the term ranked choice voting? Because there's a concept that maybe doesn't even exist in other languages. So it really does come down to the attention to detail. So I would love to hear from that person directly. And again, it just comes down to that willingness to go above and beyond it and share some of that lived experience from folks who are in these communities. And thank you, Esmeralda, too. I love you too. And I love everybody on this call because, voting is the thing. It's the thing. I mean, if we don't have this, we don't have anything.
So if no one wants to add to that, I have a question for all of you that we can start with Victor, and we'll work our way across and down the grid as I'm watching the clock and want to give you all time to answer. There's someone else who wants to join the squad and not be on the sidelines. They want to be the person on the corner yelling about our rights so those voices continue. The question came in as, what do New Yorkers need right now that would help voting access the most, and what is getting in the way? So what do we need right now that would bring people to the polls, and what's preventing it in your perspective, Victor?
Oh, of course, I go back to my first platform is always information, access to information and education. I think that, those are like two key components of anything. you do, and especially when you're talking about voting, because I'm telling you, like, I mean, I'm still trying to understand a lot of this, stuff with this voting, and I'm learning as I go along. But I think more, and thank you, Bric, more platforms like this and education for people and dissemination of information is key to people becoming informed. When you go into these booths and stuff, you need to be going as an informed voter, and not because a name looks good to you or it's a familiar name. You know what I'm saying? You have to have the information on the people that you're voting for. You have to have access to what's their platform, what have they supported, you know what I'm saying? What do they believe in, and what's their track record? So I think for me, information and education is the two, well, for me, important factors in terms of what we as a people need to be informed, or to be more of an informed, educated voter. Because without that,
Gotcha.
like I said before, it's like a blind man with a pair of glasses.
With the glasses on. I got you. Thank you for that. So I'm looking at you, Assembly Member. What do we need right now, and what is getting in the way of us getting it? And I'm going to be the most unfair part of the night, because you each get a minute, because I'm looking at the clock. So your 60 seconds on what do we need and what's blocking us, Assembly Member.
We need to register to vote, and we need to vote. I have 50,000 people, 125,000 constituents, only nearly 50,000 actually registered, only about 5,000 come out in each particular election. And so when you got the franchise, people died for it, you use it.
As simple as that. Register and get your butt to the ballot. Michelle?
Man, one thing, we need so many things. I guess if I can pick one, I think we need the commitment that we are going to look at every method of voting and make it fully accessible now. In-person, early voting, election day voting, absentee voting, and make it fully accessible. When I say commitment, I mean the will to do it and the money to do it. And I know that a lot of the things that we talked about tonight are big. They're big problems. They're overwhelming problems. They seem like they're going to take so long to fix. I think, though, the one thing that could really push it forward, and that's really doable for folks who are watching tonight, we need your voice. I think of voting as the beginning of a process. You went and you voted for the president in 2020, great. That's wonderful. But I also need you to vote in state elections and local elections, because they're all important. And I need you to use your voice in other ways and start advocating for us to make that commitment that we're going to make sure everyone's included in the process. And if you are really passionate about access for voters with disabilities, or a person with a disability yourself, go to drny.org. Disability Rights New York is out there on election day, surveying polling places to make sure they're accessible, taking calls from voters to make sure they're able to exercise their right to vote. And we could use all the help we could get to make that happen.
All right, the challenge has been laid down. You're gonna, come on.
I'm gonna say we need a truly functional Board of Elections that is accountable to the voters, accountable to the residents of the state of New York, and not just, the patronage and the hostility that sometimes, defensiveness that they get when they're not doing the job right, when they're not open to making the changes that the community needs in order to have real access to the ballot box. Hassle-free. Should not be, difficult to get some of these, provisions implemented. And sometimes the simplest thing, it just falls through the cracks.
All right, that's a word. Omar?
I'm going to continue the line of Brother Victor. Information, the old saying is each one teach one. If you are on this call, if you're listening to this call, that would make you probably one of the fanatics. And so if you are that person and you do care, then you need to go turn around and share this information with those around you that maybe are not as aware or paying attention. Maybe they only pay attention every 4 years. Well, in the in-between years, again, spread the word, bring people along, meet them where they are, but ultimately nothing can replace that interpersonal connection, because the hearing it from government, even hearing it from a politician or an elected official, is not going to have the same weight as hearing it from someone that you have a personal connection with. And so if you have this information that we're sharing on this panel, make sure that you're also sharing it with folks that you know and love, because that's what's going to change, carry the day ultimately.
Thank you. And finally, the last 60 seconds of the night, Esmeralda Simmons, what do we need and what is the one blocking that we could all work to move?
I'm joining in with my fellow sister panelists and giving a quote from the great Marcus Garvey: educate, agitate, organize. It's going to come down again. And we're seeing this at this point in our society, to whether we're willing to organize our people, to organize them, not just willy-nilly, not just a crazy lady on the corner. Whether we're willing to expand our knowledge, whether we're willing to organize our people so we are a force to be reckoned with. And there are so many changes, so many advances that need to be done in New York and in Brooklyn for voting rights. It's going to need organized action, because it's not where it needs to be. I'm glad it's moving on. It's moving, but it's not where it needs to be. And we're going to get it where it needs to be if we're organized. And I take my hat off to labor and to people who are formerly incarcerated are organized. We got labor that's organized. We got people who have disabilities that are organized. I can't quite say as yet that people with language that don't have language access are organized. And we know that there's a slew of other folks that are not organized. We all need to be organized.
Well, thank you. Right now, we are up our last 5 seconds. So I'm going to say to Michelle Bishop, Lucia Gomez, Victor Pate, Esmeralda Simmons, and of course, Omar Suarez and Latrice Walker, we appreciate you being the people who are on the corner, in the halls of power, and in our community, fighting for our rights in the expansion. We appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. Bye now.
We're going to keep this thing going and give it up for Norvis Jr.
Because there's been so much propaganda and education around creating a certain thought process that we have lined ourselves with, the only way in which to disseminate them is to create things that disrupt the pattern of the algorithm that informs us to act a certain way. So rather that be just through like raw, like artistic creations, or rather it be through like inherent propaganda that educates us through the ridiculousness of the things that we can now exist underneath. I'm not of the belief that like one unified effort is going to get rid of it, because Ninja Rule says if you put all the ninjas in one room, everybody can kill all the ninjas. Ninjas spread out and do different ninja shit. There's too many ninja tribes. That's the reason why the ninjas are still out here. Like,
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them.
when I make a beat, it's a feeling thing. And I say like I like tap out random shit. Like that's literally just me like feeling how I feel in the environment and using what devices I have to create something that is melodic and has a certain definition in terms of the way like the beat hits. I was like drawing something, I was like, wait, this is literally the same process as some shit I did like an hour and a half ago when I was making that beat. And I was just throwing a collection of chords or a collection of melodies, and then bringing in some like emphasis to it with like a beat that's rhythmically inclined. I draw rhythmically. I draw within like a context of like a beat, so to speak, within like a constant like a constant metronome, more or less. I guess maybe there's like one in my head that I can't turn off. But yes, there's that correlation. I just feel like I'm a musician or a beat maker or a singer or a songwriter who makes visual things. A part of what Shiva does is that like, when Shiva like has a level of awareness, it opens up its third eye and destroys in order for new things to be created. It's my form of destruction, you know what I'm saying? Like, a lot of people did that shit, you know, like G.G. Allen was doing that, like TV on the Radio was doing that, Bad Brains was doing that, Dilla was doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like, all these people were doing that shit, like making things that destroyed that then became a form, you know what I'm saying? And in a way of both observance to the forms existing, and also in a way, and also in blindness of, like, they didn't see those forms because of, it's like, oh, I'm just doing what the fuck I want to do. And I see that's the same shit I'm doing with my art, you know what I'm saying? I'm aware of the forms, but I'm blind to them when I'm making, so that, in hopes, like, new forms will be made. And I don't care if it's my form or whoever's form, you know what I'm saying? There needs to be more shit.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them. And I done tried evolving, but every day I'm walking from my past to provoke all this talking. I'll sit around and pretend it ain't true, cause I don't even think about you. So SWIM stands for, or swimmer's ear. There's like 3 M's in it, and it stands for music, math, and mechanics, like social mechanics. Or like, you know, engineering or whatever. That like music is like my art, like medium. It's like, and in music it's like the waves. Thinking like a sine wave. I was trying to make it go from being like the swim to just being like a sound wave. That's why I came up with the logo like that.
The first rule of time travel is don't time travel because you fuck shit up. But because we do time travel, once we have an awareness of that, that's like the present state. And that's like, as I am coming into the realization I am a time traveler and whatnot, and how to like deal with that, it's frustrating most days, you know what I'm saying? Like, the last thing I want to do is be like, oh, why am I over here when I can be here and I should be here, but I'm still over here. Place could be in the future, that place could be in the past, you know what I'm saying? But I have access to a more fruitful place that is literally right in front of me, but I am not able to like stop time traveling enough to like be present for my own self, to allow like whatever is in front of me to like flourish. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so stuck time traveling. I'm either in the future or I'm in the past.
Maybe we ought to think twice.
I've always been interested in jewelry. I wore lots of jewelry throughout like junior high school. My dad actually hated it. I would have like, you know, be 11, 12 years old, rings on every finger. I was always into metal. I didn't really understand it at that point. It wasn't until I got older when it was like, aha, that makes sense. There was like a personal epiphany that happened that I retreated into this darkness, but what I would call it was me retreating into this void. You know, there's a level of darkness that has to happen to me for creation to happen. So in that personal going into and retreating, it also reflected in my creativity, because at that point of darkness, then this creation was happening.
I spend a lot of time studying and researching in many different forms, not just like reading, but also experiencing nature and listening to a lot of music that resonates with me. I'm an artist, and my medium and form of expression is textiles, clothing design, and building collections off of a concept. I'm also an alchemist.
We're born in Brooklyn, we're first generation, our parents aren't. So our Brooklyn is seen through a different scope than I think people who go back generations and generations of being in Brooklyn. And it's because the way that our mother moved us around through Brooklyn, growing up in different schools in different districts, it all sprouted from my mother, like, oh, you're not gonna go to your zone school, you're not gonna go to Erasmus. You're gonna go to some school in Midwood. You know what I mean? You're gonna take a test to go into a school. It was just, I don't know, being in Brooklyn, where we were, how we were raised, our parents, and what they thought about our education, it just taught, I don't know, it just took us to another level.
I was just reading this quote that Michael Jackson said, to be immortal is something major. He wants to live forever, so he puts a piece of his soul in all of his music and he feels it fully. And that's, I think, where immortality lies, like to have that vibration and generations upon generations. Is not just about being rich and even about being so-called wealthy, but having that piece of your soul, because your soul is immortal. So Michael Jackson, the physical sense is gone, but that immortal soul is always going to be there. So if you put your soul into it and your soul is immortal, then it makes what you've created immortal.
I think every day, from like the time that I wake up to the time I'm asleep, I'm either researching or thinking about the next way or phase to transform what I did yesterday into something a little more like has a little more magic in it. These things that you you walk outside and it's like a rush of the world happening to you, and that's the same thing I think in the creative process. It's like a rush of ideas that come, but you still have to stay like, okay, I'm gonna breathe in, take this one. Like it's a mechanical thing, but it's like automated. Our brand is to plant the idea and bring back artisan, craftsmanship, and also empowerment through our art form. We want to empower people through connection, you know what I mean? And empower people through our work, and empower them when they put a piece on, they actually feel like they have a glow, or that they're receiving our energy through our pieces. It's showing that, energy never dies, it's just transferred.
We want to kind of bring ourselves to higher levels of understanding, because the world is changing, the world is transforming. We kind of got to get with it or get lost. You know what I mean? Get lost in it all. And I think what we're doing is kind of putting our input into the whole story of the earth, and kind of we just want to help, infinite spiritual helpers and guides and stuff like that, in a nutshell. That's about it. LE, baby. For life.
Saturday sad in the Saturday sun, and wept for a day gone by.
Are you nervous on stage when you go on stage?
Yeah.
Yeah?
A little bit.
Every time? Well, yeah. I guess
Well, before I'm nervous. Like, I'm not nervous to the point where, like, I don't want to do it. It's just like a nervous energy that I think when I get on stage, I kind of forget about it and then channel that into what I'm doing. And it's, I don't know. It's like a moment of, I don't know, a moment of like freedom, or a moment of just like energy that you just, that you possess, that you're like possessed for like that fragment of time, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's. I mean, wherever I'm asked to play, I will do it to my best ability. And it's like, well, obviously, like, when you get on stage, it's like, I don't know, you kind of forget that you're on this, like, crazy stage sometimes, and it just becomes your little playground, you know? All the things that bother you so, baby, you smile, go crazy. I wanted to start it with you. Someone said we ain't ready. And inside we left to feel. Feel never wanting to show you. They won't haunt my dreams. In high school, I definitely had a hard time with school, and just in general. Like, I got in trouble a lot. I just was really behind on a lot of things in terms of like just academic wise. I mean, when I started getting into music, I like really decided that's what I wanted to do, and it just, you know, I was like 11th grade, I think. And I mean, my mom especially was like really like supportive, and I mean both of them were really supportive, but she was like really like relieved that I found something to kind of like focus on, because before that I didn't really, it was just kind of all over the place, I think. Or I am dyslexic, and I had, you know, I was like put in like special ed for like most of my schooling, which was, you know, it's kind of weird, but, so I don't know, I was always just kind of getting into stupid trouble.
There are people who are invisible, and who are made to be invisible, who are forced to be invisible, and I think the greatest form of social justice is to acknowledge them and the power that we have as writers. It doesn't have to be a book as pressing as like, look, there's an issue and we're gonna tackle an issue. Sometimes it's just writing a character that hasn't been written. into a white establishment, right? The cop in the corner is gonna know his spidey signal is going off for me more than it goes off for anybody, and that's something that we all know. It's always been that way. It's not a new thing. But in the meantime, I think that when it comes to like invisibility, I don't think like here's a prime example. A prime example is Black people are in the news all the time. Black people are in books, never. Or why aren't there any Black people in Harry Potter, right? One of the biggest books in history that shifted the entire literary industry. Right? The only reason I have a career as fruitful as I do is because of J.K. Rowling turning it into a bigger thing, right? And there are no characters of color. Like we just don't exist in Hogwarts.
There was that one Asian.
There was the one Asian one. There is the Asian girl. Shout out to the Asian girl. But I think about all those things, and even when I'm working, like when I think about what I'm gonna write next, right? I'm always like, yo, where do we not exist? And let me like, all right? I'll make us fly. I mean, I work every day on things, right? I typically do about 6 hours a day of writing. I have multiple projects happening at the same time. So whether it's I'm writing a new novel, I'm editing a novel that's for the publishing company that's due, I'm writing some sort of essay or review or something like that, a blog for somebody.
How good are you at deadlines?
I don't. They never have to even give me deadlines because of this, right? There's a famous quote by W.H. Auden, famous poet, one of the dead white guys, and he said that to discipline your passion is to discipline your time, right? And so his theory was if you do the same things every single day, specifically when it comes to like your art or like doing the creative thing, that the brain will know what to do when that time comes every single day. Between the 80s, 1980 and 1999, besides Walter Dean Myers, for young people, I mean, there's a gap, right? There's like a 20-year gap, right? So if you were a Black kid in this country, especially if you were a poor Black kid in this country, and you were living in a poor Black environment, where the three biggest sort of like movements, so to speak, in your community was, crack cocaine, HIV, and hip hop music. And none of those things exist in literature at all during my entire childhood. None of it exists in any childhood literature that I could ever find. My life wasn't mirrored. Like to read about Scout, right? To read To Kill a Mockingbird it's brilliant, right? But Scout wasn't me. Signed some books. So my newest book, which I co-wrote with a buddy of mine, Brendan Kiley, called All American Boys, which is, it's one of these books. It's like it's a dual POV book about police brutality and white privilege, right? Written for teenagers.
How did your collaboration come about?
Brendan and I?
Yeah.
Brendan came to me and said, I want to write a book about police. We had been talking about police brutality a lot over the course of like a year or so, since Trayvon Martin. And I had been really angry. We were at a bar. Right after Trayvon Martin, we were at a bar, and I had like lost it. Like I just like lost my whole shit. And we talked about it then, and then a couple months later, something else had happened, and we talked about that. And then Michael Brown happened, and that was a thing. And then Brendan's like, "Hey man, we should write a book about it." And I hadn't thought to write about it at all because I don't like I live in this body, and so I don't intellectualize my life as a Black person in America. Mm-hmm. I don't think about it that way because I live in it every day, and this has always been my existence. And so when he came to me with the idea, I was like, oh. And then we had like an honest conversation. I was like, look, dude, I'll do this with you. We can do this thing together, but we've got to do it, and we've got to do it even if they don't publish it.
Yeah, good.
And so we did it under wraps. We wrote the whole book without our agents or editors knowing. No one knew except for his wife. Wow. Yeah. No matter where I am in the country, 9 times out of 10, there are students who are so surprised because they didn't think that any writers could look like them, right? Like, oh, he's got crazy, hair, and he's got tattoos, and he wears sneakers, and he's got on jeans, and and they can't understand how it could be possible that a guy that looks like me can do this, right? Can do something other than play basketball or be a musician or a rapper, right? All of those things, which I actually think are awesome, right? That as much as you practice basketball, as much as you practice freestyling, practice like telling yourself your own truth, because sometimes it's that truth that is your golden ticket. Your story in and of itself is worth a gazillion dollars. So yeah, it's cool. I've written 11 books, and they're all coming out, and hopefully by the time the 11th one hits, I won't have to write so much. I love writing and I love sort of storytelling, but I want to get to a point where I'm not afraid of the door being closed. There are 2 books on the shelf, 3 books on the shelves, and a book coming out in a couple of weeks. But there are 11 books in the can because of the fear that if I didn't, the dream would be over. And I want to get to a place where I feel secure in my career, where I really feel like, yo, I write a book once every couple of years. I write a really good book, be comfortable and respected by my peers, and that there are a lot of little black and brown kids who become adults and who have had a life with a relationship with literature because of the springboard of Jason Reynolds' novels.
Going upstairs to the 4th floor, and we will walk through the. The word curator really means the Latin root is to care for. It's not just choosing things, but it's also actually being a steward in some ways of the collection. I think that sense still of being kind of just caring for these objects, caring for these ideas, caring for these artists, these people, and the public is really central to it. So I think that gets overlooked a lot, and just especially as the word becomes very popular outside of its kind of original realm. So something that's super, super exciting is actually this work by Elena Tsui that's behind me. In terms of this idea of the human body, when you kind of first look at it, obviously you don't really see a representation of a person or a face, but Elena Tsui, the way that he works is he collects bottle tops from liquor bottles. So if you get close up to it, you can see that even though it looks like kind of a giant tapestry, it's actually made out of like 10,000 individual pieces of flattened metal that he kind of connects. And so obviously human hands have to touch these things in order to make the work, literally to flatten out the bottle caps and then to kind of weave them together. You can also think about this connection to the consumer, to like actually to someone's mouth, to somebody's hand. You know, they really carry this like bodily ephemera, this really bodily like connection, even though when you look at it, it's obviously a very abstract work. So this is how these things kind of work together. I really grew up going to the Smithsonian museums. We went to those museums because they were free. And because, you know, we were a young family of, you know, immigrants and didn't have a lot of money. And it was a thing to do that was really educational, that I liked, that my parents liked, that was not being at home and not being at school, not being at work, not spending money, like, out of the house, you know, which is obviously important when you have a small child. And I think that is something that I think we really can't discount how important those spaces are. I think that there's all sorts of different types of people who have felt excluded from this sort of institution. Obviously, you know, we can think about it in racial terms, we can think about it in class terms, but I think we can also just thinking about it in terms of affinity, exposure. Like you might be privileged in all sorts of ways and just not be conversant in art, for example. And I think that there's those multiple levels of trying to speak to very different kinds of demographics, different kinds of people with different experiences in the arts, people with different interests in the arts, is something that we've done really successfully. We are creating this space for the public to come into that is, you know, it's not your home, it's not your work, it's this other third space. It's this other space to just be. Like, you're not being, no one's asking you to do anything, no one's asking anything of you. You're just there to kind of to learn things and to look at things. And I think that's really valuable. We like work with artists all the time, and that is actually, to me, one of the most amazing, like the deepest privileges of the work that we do of being contemporary curators, that you work with artists, that these people like invite you, both literally and metaphorically, into their space, like into their personal space, whether that be their studio or their home or just like their mind, you know, that you get to be there with them and to hear about their ideas. I think fundamentally it's a really kind of baseline thing that I love and that I really appreciate and I'm, you know, very grateful for. And so, yeah, I love working with artists. But as I said, sometimes they're hectic. Yeah. But sometimes museums are hectic, so I understand, you know.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
take care of you.
If you're afraid, then it's hard to reach that point of creativity if you're afraid. If you're not afraid, if you have the courage, then you dwell in the unknown, and the good things can happen, you know, along with the bad things. So it's like you welcome that.
Take care of the music, it will take care of
take care of you, 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 take care of you.
I've lived here since 1998. I lived in Fort Greene, Clinton Hill, back and forth, like 6 different houses in that time period. So I've watched it move and grow and change, and people moving in and out, and things come up, and so it's just, I feel like it's a part of who I am now. Brooklyn already has a very rich musical history, so I feel like I'm a part of that. Marcus Gilmore on the drums. That's Vicente Archer at the bass. Jahi Sundance on the ones and twos. This is my latest single, Better Than I Imagined, which features her and another Bric Jazz Festival headliner, my sister, Miss Michelle Ndengiocello. Thank y'all so much for tuning in, hanging out with us. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Bric, for having us. Hopefully we'll do this again soon. Thank y'all.
right, y'all can make noise at my show.
Just call when you need me, baby, yeah. Just call me, just call me, just call. Kiss your body and fill you with love. Let me feed your body and fill you with love. I can't sleep when I ain't close to you. I cry. Let me feel your body. This is love. This is how I love you. This is love. This is how I love you. Yes, I adore you. You're mind, body, and soul. I've searched my whole life for you, baby. It's deeper than blood, deeper than blood. This is love. This is how I love you. This is love. This is how I love you. Stand up, just move your body nice and slow, yeah. Stand up. Stand up, just move your body nice and slow, yeah. Stand up. Wake up, return, balance, align. 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 feel secure. Ain't never had nothing to make me feel for sure that I'm loved. Nobody know nothing, nobody knows for sure what is real or true. Return to balance, align, wake up, 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 return to balance, align. Nobody knows for sure what is real or true. Now wake up, return, balance, align. 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 Please thank Mark Kelly. Please thank Jack DeBow. Please thank Cole Kamen Green. Please thank Adam Levy. Please thank Justin Hicks. Please thank Chris Bruce. Please thank Jake Sherman. Thank you, Abe. Thank you, Black Gatsby. Thank you, Rashman. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Atticus. Thank you, Solomon.
I have to introduce this next song because it's very visceral to me. I wrote a song a few years ago that's about a kid that started a movement called Black Lives Matter. I'm from Ferguson, So I feel it very important that I talk about Ferguson. You know, this kid I'm talking about, his name is Mike Brown. And he was killed by law enforcement for no good reason. So I wrote this song to lament him. Dedication to his parents, dedicated to his family, dedicated to all of the parents of the slain people, the Garners, the Ahmaud Arbery's, the Breonna Taylors. I wrote the song, it was called MB Lament, but I had to change the title to When Will It Stop? When will the violence stop? When will the racism stop? I'm playing this song for the first time in a long time. Since then, you know, my family has been, I'm playing this song, and I'm gonna dedicate this one to my son. He's still living, but racism is real, and we're gonna fight to tear it down. So when will it stop? When will the bias stop? When will it stop? day after Christmas, my son and I made international news because it's gone all over the world. From an incident at a hotel in New York City, the Arlo Hotel. My son was accosted, attacked, and racially profiled. Something that needs to change immediately. We're on the front lines of bringing about change to stop this racial profiling right now. We're in a war. It's for the good of our nation, for everybody. That really has impacted me in so many different ways. One has to do with compositionally. It gives me a context to really speak on from a personal standpoint. Sometimes I've written songs about people that I never met before. But right now I'm writing songs about my son, about our scenario, about racial profiling, about social issues, but I don't have to have imposter syndrome about it. I'm a part of this story. As an artist, we have a duty to use our platform for something good. At least that's what I think. That's what Nina Simone said. And many other artists have stood on their platform and used it for change, for social justice and everything else. I'm no different in that. I believe that music can be a force for good. Music can be a force and a conduit for change. And I don't take that for granted. So my entire walk at this point has to do with, speaking for the voiceless and using myself as a change agent, using myself, using my story as a way to actually bring change for the people who aren't even thought of yet, the kids who don't have a voice.
Was a gifted guy. When he would paint his brush strokes, they seemed to reach towards the sky, but yo, the colors were the greatest part. The vibrancy is shoot a hole straight through your heart. Like, am I looking at God? His mama did what she could for him. She worked a couple jobs to support him. She bought him new kicks so she could afford him. She loved the baby, but he needed to make some paper if he was ever gonna make it. She was screaming at him. So we got this dead end 9 to 5, this next security gig at night, and he would count the hours one by one, and as his soul was slowly slipping to space, he knew it had to be another way. And yeah, he had to get that paper made. And now the benefits weren't that great. Sell a couple bricks and he like, yo, we could be straight. It could always be the wrong night, run into the wrong guys, had to keep the peace on them. There's a couple of A's and there's some leaf on them. Never been a gangster, just a dude that likes to doodle ruthless. The truth is, he didn't have a legal tendency. Stop rushing all this paper, Ricky. Rushes on the paper, Ricky. Too bad, but he could open in the gallery, the red and blue, and shoot a multiplication over his cell phone. Another black man stole or didn't. They look into his pockets, they figured his vision. A bloodstained fist with an eye drawn on some loose leaf. Photo went viral on Newsweek. Dear Ricky, you should have done the impossible. Your decision to stay true to your art was honorable. We love you, we miss you. Just try to understand that the odds are stacked against you. Are a black man.
probably about 5 or 6 years ago when I started the group, it really was so that we could create some awareness around the situation, as well as to highlight the beauty and the potential excellence of Black life and Black music. So I really do feel like I have completed some goals, because since then, Black Wall Street's been televised. I've had many people come up to me and say, I had no idea about it, and then I saw it in this TV show, and then I saw it in this TV show. Why aren't we talking about it? So I think it is really, really important, especially for young people and people in general, to realize why the world looks the way it does. Many of us, as we're growing, we're not taught about the systemic racism that changes the way that our lives look and feel, and the segregation that we see just on an everyday basis. I think it's really important to speak about these pieces of history, because I think that they will help us to understand the bigger picture.
Starting over, falling over, starting over, starting over. Love is falling, starting over. Northern border, southern border, southern border. Love is broken at the border. Meet me halfway between the devil and the marching saints. Halfway, halfway between now and then. I'm on the mend, on the mend. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. What you said it all true. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. It's what we said it all true. If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Meet me halfway between the devil and the marching saints. Halfway, halfway between now and then. I'm on the mend, on the mend. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. Is what you said it all true. What you said about what I said about our love is written in the air. Is it all true? Can we forgive her if love won't? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? If love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? Can we forgive ourselves? Yeah. Can we forgive ourselves? 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 Love won't forgive, if love won't, can we forgive ourselves?
How did we come together and establish chemistry? I reached out to Van on Twitter. That's how it started. I tweeted, I want to make a record with @VanHunt. And then @VanHunt replied. And he said, let's do it. And I was blown away. I was like, oh, this thing really works. And I was and then I hit him in the DM and I shot my shot and I was like, Van, I love your music. I've got a band. Would you be down to do some stuff? And he hit me back. That was the beginning of it.
And I was just like, man, these beat makers always on me, so I just thought he was a drum machine dude. But I like the name Nate. Nate's one of my favorite names. It's just so short and quick.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, man.
It gets the job done.
That's it.
Then we met, and then I found out he was an incredible musician, played everything, better than me at everything, maybe except singing Sledgehammer. I'm a little better than him at singing Sledgehammer.
Yeah, I think that goes without saying. I think what makes performing in Brooklyn so special for me, it's a different vibe. The audience is a very savvy audience in Brooklyn, and it's an audience full of artists and musicians, and I think it's people who can really appreciate what goes in to making the music happen.
What would I do if we were perfect? Where would I go for disappointment? Love without pain would leave me wondering why I stay. I think of saving myself, but with nothing to complain about up in heaven. What would I do? Saving myself, ooh, but I really want to work it out down here in hell with you. Wanna make you feel the fire, wanna burn you with my bad days. Ooh, I wanna be unsatisfied so you can feel the heat coming from me, lady, lady, lady. What would I do if we were perfect? Where would I go for disappointment? Words without hate would leave me nothing left to say. I think of saving myself, but with nothing to complain about up in heaven. What would I do? Saving myself. Ooh, I really want to work it out down here in hell with you. 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 Here in hell with you. Here in hell with you. I'm ready for that, boy. Gaze in the mirror to be that for which are near me here. The lions I can see, think of this and grasp the helm. If when it's clearer, maybe time will lift the bigger fears. Fears reliable, it seems. Most of us are overwhelmed and overworked now. So it's chaos, chaos, chaos. Yeah, it's chaos, chaos, chaos. Stand and deliver, to be counted with the others here. The riots I've seen, people can't control themselves, they're wilding out now. Space is a mirror, but perhaps we
just underwhelmed, they'll never see that far. In the chaos, 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 yeah, the chaos, chaos, chaos. Gaze in the mirror to be that for which I near me. The riots I've seen, think of this and grasp the helm. You're on the clock now. You're on the clock now.
My life in the sunshine. Whoa. Everybody loves the sunshine. Sunshine. Everybody loves the sunshine. Woo. Sunshine. Get down in the sunshine. Sunshine. Folks get brown in the sunshine. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers. Just bees and things and flowers.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day? How much? 75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Are you Trey?
Yeah, you ever die?
The flesh, baby.
Not really what I expected.
Yeah? Yo, I'm an entrepreneur. Just securing that bag, trying to get that guap, boy.
I'm talking like that.
Talking like what?
Like that. Oh, forget it. You got that cash?
Yeah. Yo, you got that?
Yeah. Cash? Moolah? Dinero?
Yeah, of course. Yo, chill. Yeah, hold on a second.
You serious?
Dead ass, boy.
Fuck!
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for all white. Cause she love my all white. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep flow with my checks on nudish?
Feels good to be back in good old Brooklyn, USA. The place that made me.
Peaches, where you going? Where you going? Open the door. Listen, Peaches don't play that. Get out. I told you to go. You ain't bringing nothing to the table. Girl, why are you doing it to me? Because you ain't got no sense. Get out.
Does it feel good to be back in Brooklyn?
Yeah, feels okay.
I have a good feeling about this.
Me too. And they did not deserve you at that other place. Taking all your creative and your ideas and then using it as their own and then taking credit for it? No. This is gonna be good. Look, I know that you are going to be like the Steve Jobs of all things kicks, and mobile apps, and sneaker blogs, etc., etc., etc. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay.
You know, until all that happens, I gotta get this store up and running by next week.
And I think you can do it, babe.
Ava's gonna love Brooklyn.
I hope so. I mean, she was just starting to make friends, and then we up and moved.
She's
so
gonna make a ton of friends here. Trust me. Have I ever steered you wrong? Okay, besides that time.
All right, fine.
Where you going?
I'm about to go buy a daring spot. Then I gotta go meet this dude, sell him a pair of dunks. I'm trying to save up and cop the band ones.
New sneakers? You just got the ones you have on.
And I need those band ones.
Maybe if you start spending all your money on sneakers, we can have our own apartment together.
This again?
I don't want to have to worry about one of my roommates cooking scrambled eggs in her underwear again.
She do got a nice. I'm kidding.
Well, I'm not. Jay, I've been thinking about the next level in our relationship. Saving, building a life together, you know?
Okay. You save, and whatever money I have left over after I sell these sneakers, I'll put in the savings fund.
I'm really starting to think you care more about your sneakers than you care about me.
That's not true. Like, you're not gonna make me choose, are you?
I don't even believe we're having this conversation.
Come on, you know you only with me because I wear these sneakers.
That has nothing to do with it.
So you'd talk to me if I had on a pair of bum-ass Pro-Cats.
What are Pro-Cats?
My point exactly. I see you, babe.
Franklin, take your hat off in the house.
Nah, you made me miscount.
What are you doing with all that money?
I'm a businessman, Ma. Jeez.
Don't be fresh. Look at you. Where are those chubby cheeks I fell in love with at the adoption agency, huh? Where are you going?
I'm gonna hang out with some friends. We're gonna play some video games.
Okay, have fun. Play nice.
The store is really coming along great, D.
Getting there. We should be ready to open by next week.
How's Cassandra?
Good.
I know moving back to Brooklyn was the last thing she was thinking.
She believes in the dream, little bro. We need to get you one of those.
Yo, so since we open it next week, we gotta throw a dope opening bash.
You know I ain't about all that. We gonna open the shop without all that fanfare. It's about the kicks.
These days it's about the hype.
Facts.
Let me get up out of here.
Where you going now?
I'll be back. I gotta go meet this dude to sell him these new Jordan SBs. Trying to cop the band ones.
Well, thanks for all your help.
Anytime, bro.
Yo, be careful.
I got this.
Be here tomorrow. Early.
All right.
Trey, I'm serious.
All right.
Who you, Trey?
Yeah, you ever die?
The flesh, baby.
Here's to new possibilities. I left Brooklyn a prince, and I'm returning the king. King of the world.
Oh! My bad, bro.
Yo! Yo!
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet. Pretty laces.
Your mom's home though? She not home?
You know this is a job interview, right?
Oh, hold on, man.
So I'm here for the job or whatever, but let me tell you about Peaches. Peaches don't do mornings, because if she don't get her good 10 hours, she's a bitch, and you really wouldn't like Peaches in bitch mode.
I could change my ways. I could be a nighttime pimp.
Who doesn't love kicks? I mean, nothing like some skinny jeans and a fresh pair of J's.
No, I could work any day of the week. It's just I prefer to be here every Saturday because that's when the J's come out. You don't just put the 10.5 to the side. You ain't got to pay me. You know, I don't want anything but the shoes.
Peaches, I don't know if this is the job for you.
You don't want Peaches? No? Fine, then Peaches don't want you neither.
This is my girl's birthday today, so I know I'm gonna get this job because I'm on point. I got a quick question though. I can get a free pair of kicks so I could bring her something right now?
In this neighborhood, you know, it get kind of sketchy, you know what I'm saying? Because the last owners that were here, they used to get robbed. You know, Brinks used to stop around the corner, you know what I'm saying, because they didn't want to come in this neighborhood.
You look familiar, man.
Nah, bro, you don't know me.
Come on, man. Your sneakers look great today.
Well, I had to clean them after you stepped on them.
I'm just here for a job, man. I used to be a barista around the corner, but they canned me, so I'm just on the market. Come on, man. I know sneakers, but I got a great idea for the store. What about boots?
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go ape. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for all white. Cause she love my all white. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep flow with my checks on new-ish?
Brother, I'm running for city council, but we are focusing on local, community-based boards and government to empower the community and implement change.
I'm good.
Nice kicks. Copper foams, right?
Yeah, how you know that?
I used to rock some fly kicks in my day. Now the fives were my favorites.
The fives are cool, but the threes are fire.
Can I ask you a question? Why is it so important for you to be so fresh?
Oh, it's when I put on sneakers, you know, and they're fresh and crisp. I don't know, feeling like it. Makes me feel like somebody.
You know, you can also feel like somebody by making a difference in your community. Yeah. Ain't you D's little brother? I think you look familiar.
Yeah, how you know my brother?
Yeah, me and D used to run the streets together back in the day. How's he doing?
He's good. He just opened up a sneaker spot in Brownsville.
You know, he's been collecting kicks for as long as I've known him.
Hey,
take one. Everyone deserves to be fly, right?
Yes.
Tell D Big Riley said what's up.
All right, got you.
Yo, man. What took you so long, man?
I had to get fly, bro. I was with your girl, too, earlier, so I was...
You got jokes, son. You got jokes.
I play.
Anyway, you seen Hannibal's new video? Joint fire. Look at that.
Get money, get famous, gon' live forever.
Watch it. That's my part right here.
Horrible, bro. He's overrated. Overrated, yo.
You crazy, man. People just don't understand him because he ahead of his time.
Ahead of his time? More like a head case, bro.
You bugging, man. Anyway, good looking for coming when we cop these J's, just in case some fools out here try to zoe me.
Really, bro?
My bad. I forgot, man. Please forgive me, man.
Not even
I'm sorry.
funny. Like, I'm still not over the fact I let Jeremy Lin rob me. When I catch him, it's on sight. Believe that, bro.
You ain't gonna do shit.
What? You want me to show you?
You ain't saying nothing but a word.
Don't play with me, bro.
Zip off, man.
Yo, let's get it, bro.
Shit.
Hey, where are you, man? I thought you was gonna be here for these interviews. I need your help. Everybody's like, man, everybody's crazy. Hit me when you get this.
Yo, D? What's good, bruh?
What up, love? What you doing now?
What you mean what I'm doing now? It's good to see you too, bruh.
My bad. When did you get out?
Last week. Good behavior.
So how you find me?
Wow. Yo, like I said, it's good to see you too. I was just in the neighborhood, man. Had to go check out my PO. Heard you had a shop, so thought I'd come check you out. What, you think I'm stalking you or something?
I'm just messing with you, man. It's good to see you.
Word. I see you hiring. You're my brother's keeper, right? Can I get a job?
This is what it looks like when your past comes back to haunt you.
What's up, baby?
Hey,
What's for dinner?
whatever you cook.
Peanut butter and jelly it is. You want some?
Did you pay the light bill today like I asked you?
Yeah. See, what had happened was, I had met up with, Trey. You know Trey, he got the curls and, well, these new sneakers came out. I really like them. So, I spent $180 on them, but tomorrow I could flip that for $250 in cash, baby. We got to come up.
Kix, Cisco, I told you the bill had to be paid by today.
I'll get the money.
Dios me ayúdeme, por
It's not a
favor.
big deal.
Ay, Dios mío.
Baby, I love you so much. You know the kicks I bought, they glow in the dark. Should I go get them?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
What's up, Brooklyn? This is Jerobe White, founder and chef of Eat Rhymes of Life. We're here at Brooklyn Fair for Chef's Roulette. We're gonna see right now the 5 ingredients you chose for me to cook for you today. So let's get shopping. Okay, the 5 ingredients are lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, cipollini onions, and black plums. White asparagus are white because they're grown underground and they don't get any sunlight, which doesn't give them a chance to produce chlorophyll, so they turn white. Just want to make sure they're firm and not a lot of marks and bruises on them when you're picking them out. Graffiti eggplant. Beautiful graffiti eggplant. Smaller than the normal variety of eggplant. High sugar content. Very sweet and delicious. Cipollini onions. Again, sweet. They're small, just like regular onions. Yellow onions, I should say. The shape makes them great for roasting and doing roasts and things like that. Hey, how you doing? How you doing? How your lamb chops today?
Awesome, it's really good.
Yeah? Let me get 2 of the lamb loin chops right there.
You have a nice day.
Great, thank you. You too, man. Thank you. Last but not least, some sweet black plums. We are at Foodworks today, and let's see the ingredients that you chose for me. Lamb chops, white asparagus, graffiti eggplant, cipollini onions, and last but not least, black plums. And for my special dish, this is something I like to make all the time, barbecues and whatnot, grilled fruit salad. The secret to tender lamb, I think, is all in how you cook it, to be honest with you. First, I'm going to season the lamb chops. A little salt, pepper. Both sides. I'm going to clean these cipollini onions because I'm going to saute them for a little while and then stick them in the oven to finish. Growing up, my parents got divorced and it left me with a lot of time in the house by myself. And so out of necessity, I learned how to cook. I wasn't really allowed to watch TV per se, but I was allowed to watch PBS. And on PBS were all the cooking shows. So that's really where I learned to cook. Once I got to culinary school, we started going on tour, and then it always became a 1A, 1B situation. When I wasn't on tour, I was in the kitchen. I wasn't in the kitchen, I was doing something music related. Just like music, when you're in the kitchen, you're only as good as your last dish. And when you're a musician, you're only as good as your last song. What I'm gonna do with these, I'm gonna take these and put these in the oven, let them cook down. And when we cook down, we're gonna puree them and make a nice little sauce for the bottom of this lamb dish we're gonna make. So now, what I'm gonna do is put a little oil in the bottom of this pan. Throw these in here. A little salt. A little garlic. I'm gonna put these in the oven. So I think now, we're gonna put these in. We're just gonna give them a little toss once or twice, and we're gonna put these in the oven as well. I'll let them do their thing, so you don't have to think about them. Of the white asparagus, aside from the color, they'll have a much milder flavor than the green asparagus. What I like to do with the white asparagus, I just like to just take some of the end off, just take some of the bottoms off. Since we have our lovely grill there, I'm gonna grill these white asparagus. The contrast with the white and the grill marks will be nice. It'll look nice on the plate. Graffiti eggplant, aside from the size and the color, they are sweeter and have, I think, a little bit less of the eggplant flavor that you are familiar with. Okay, let's take these onions out of the oven right now. Perfect. Set those there. We cook the plums all the way down. For a piece of lamb this size, this thickness, medium rare would be probably 4 minutes on each side. I'm not even going to tell you how to cook it more than medium rare because I want you to cook it medium rare. That's what you want to hear. Can you hear that? Can you hear that? We're going to let those cook about a minute each side before we stick those in the oven and finish. We're going to take our white asparagus, grill these a little bit. Perfect. Perfect, 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 perfect. Now, this oven is up pretty hot. It's a convection oven. This is going to go in the oven for maybe 7 minutes. Let's set these here because we're about to plate. Take a little bit, a little smear, a couple onions, a couple asparagus. Beautiful, 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 beautiful eggplant. And the chops that have been cooked to temperature and let them rest for a little. Always let your meat rest. Just want to finish it off with a little green because we love green. So here we have like a confitable puree-ish thing that I made with the plums. On the bottom is chipotle onions, the graffiti eggplant, we got the white asparagus, and all of these flavors are going to tie in well together. And here you have it. So now we're going to start making my grilled fruit salad. We have yellow pepper, orange pepper, peach, white peach, nectarine, red onion, and red plums. This salad works with any kind of stone fruit. I found this is the best that works with this salad. This grilled fruit salad goes excellent with seafood. Olive oil, some salt and pepper in here. So we're just gonna put these on the grill and let them grill. Not too soft, just to get some grill marks on them. We have this grill here on high. Now I think we should take our fruit off of the grill. I want them to look like they've been touched by fire. See, that's exactly what we want. To finish our fruit salad, place it in the bowl. That looks fantastic. Finished, we have lovely, 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 everybody's favorite goat cheese. Sprinkle that over the top. Pistachios and goat cheese, to me, just go so well together. There we go. Little green onion. Bam. We're done. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Jerobi.
I understand you're tasting the food today.
Yes, I can't wait.
Okay.
Wow, this looks great.
Tell them what you think. Tell them what you think.
All right, we'll see. I'm going to try the lamb first. Oh my God. Wow. The lamb is so juicy and soft. Mixed with the plum, you have that tangy, tarty, but earthy kind of taste with the lamb, which is amazing. Great combination, great balance. Jerobi, you did your thing on this one. I love it. I recommend it to everyone. This is an amazing dish. So now I'm going to try the grilled salad. Wow. The combination of the goat cheese and the nuts is amazing. I think this is one of my favorite salads.
Hi Brooklyn, I'm Stephen Allman, a private chef for the Tri-Borough area, and this is Chef Roulette. We're headed to Brooklyn Fair to pick out the 5 secret ingredients that you guys have for me today. Let's get shopping. All right, so our secret ingredients for today, we got scallops, fava beans, trumpet mushrooms, kamados, and it looks like we got some mango in here too. I see fava beans right over here, so let's get started with that. All right, so our first ingredient we're picking up are the fava beans. You're gonna pick something that's a nice bright green color, not too bulbous. They tend to go a little bit light after their yield, so grab enough to get the whole family involved. So it looks like we found the trumpet mushrooms. You're gonna make sure to pick something that's not too dry. I think probably 3 should do us for today. We got the tomatoes here too. Here's our Kamados. It's a nice tomato, looks really good, kind of like an heirloom color, and then it's a little bit sweeter in the flavors. How about your scallops? They good today? Let me get about 6 or 7 of those. Make them some nice fat guys. Beautiful. You too, buddy. All right, we got mangoes here. When I'm picking mangoes, I like to squeeze them, feel how soft they are. This one seems right nice in the middle, so we'll go with that one. Hey guys, we're at Brooklyn Foodworks, a fantastic new place for any kind of budding culinary artist, offering industry experts for advice, educational events, and a state-of-the-art kitchen. Let's see what we got. So we got some scallops. Next, we got some fava beans. Some trumpet mushrooms, Kamado tomatoes, and then lastly, we got a nice ripe mango. So I've decided that we're gonna make a ceviche dish with the scallop, but also in accordance with that, we're gonna do one of my favorite dishes for dessert, black rice pudding. So with the fava bean, you're gonna take this and just pull it down like a little zipper, open it up, and then you find all your little beans inside. Think about these. You peel them once and then you gotta peel them again. But before we do that, you're gonna have to take these and blanch them in some water. So what I'm gonna do with these guys, we're gonna peel them down, marinate them in a little bit of oil, and then roast them off so they get a nice flavor to them. The trumpet mushroom is a little bit more woody and can take on a lot more flavors since it's a little bit more porous. So we'll dress this up with a little bit of olive oil, some salt, throw it in our sheet pan, let it roast up. I've set my oven to about 400, and we'll let it go for 5 to 10 minutes. The next thing that we're gonna break into are the Kamado tomatoes. So with these tomatoes, they originated in Spain, and they have a little bit sweeter of a flavor. And we're gonna wind up bruleeing them. So we don't really do a whole lot, but we kind of bring out that sweetness. So it looks like our water's boiling for our favas, so let's go ahead and blanch them. You only want to let your favas go for about 30 seconds, just to help open up that peel so you can get them out. So again, we're blanching our fava beans. It helps get that outer shell off. We're gonna drain them off, let them cool a little bit, and then pull this outer casing off to give us the meat inside. If you start at the top, you break that little top end nipple off, you can get this guy, which gives you all your meat. So with this, I'm gonna make a gremolata. With that, we're gonna have a little bit of citrus juice, a little bit of citrus zest, and some different herbs that I picked from my garden this morning. So we're gonna continue to clean our fava beans. Once we have it set up, we're gonna go on a nice little chop of these guys. We'll add that into our bowl. So for the mango, we're gonna leave that pretty much raw. A peeler is generally your best way to clean up a mango. Some people prefer to use knives, but I find you get a lot better yield when you use a peeler. Then we have some citrus zest that I peeled out right here. We're gonna give a really nice fine brunoise on this. Add it to our salad, and then we'll add a little bit of olive oil, salt, and a dash of citrus juice just to brighten it up a little bit. I grew up cooking from a very early age. It was how I got to stay home alone in the summers. But aside from that, my mom was really into food. I grew up in the South where everything was about food. Funerals, weddings, birthday parties, whatever it was. You were only as good as your dishes that you had there. Take this basil, a little bit of our parsley, Give a little bit of olive oil. Some salt. And we'll squeeze a lime in there just for some good flavor. Give that a stir. We're gonna let that marinate until we have our final dish ready. So next we can move on to our scallop dish. So when you have your scallops, you're gonna find a little foot on the end. This part's really tough. It's not inedible, it's just kind of not nice to eat. So we're gonna take all those, we're gonna peel them off and get them nice and clean. Since we're gonna do a quick ceviche, I'm gonna go ahead and score these on top. So you just wanna do a very light incision, do a crosshatch, and it lets all that citrus juice that we're gonna put on really get in there. So we'll take our scallops, set them down in the bowl right here. I like to use lemons and limes for my ceviches, but it's nice to also incorporate an orange for a little bit of sweetness. So we have our scallops in here. We're gonna give them a little toss, add a little bit of the olive oil in there, and we're gonna let those set up. While we got that going, let's go ahead and check on our mushrooms again. So yeah, these dried up really nice, kind of like I wanted. So now we're gonna go ahead and brulee our tomatoes. I have a turbinado sugar right here. We're gonna give a nice coat on each side. Use our torch. So brulee is just French for burnt. So what we're gonna do is with our sugar, we're just gonna caramelize it. So you wanna go until you start seeing a nice dark color. And in the end, you'll have a really nice crust. So let's build the dish. We're gonna take our nice little trumpet crisps, have a nice little mound of the fava bean gremolata for our scallops to sit on, and sit them on top. I feel like we got kind of the sweet, savory, salty, everything in there, so I'm gonna add a little bit of togarashi on top just to give a little bit of heat. Togarashi is an Asian spice of ground up red pepper and a couple other spices. You can find it at any basic Asian supermarket. Okay, so now that we have our first dish done, we're gonna move on to the black rice pudding. So you wanna take your rice, we got about a cup and a half here. Gonna throw that in, and then you wanna do 2 to 1 on water. We're gonna put that on a medium-high heat. Give it a little cover, and we're gonna let that go for about 14 minutes. Check it, see about how much the water's gone down. Then we'll uncover it, cook it maybe for about 10 more, and see the consistency of the rice. Don't worry about black rice, because you can always drain off some of the water. So next, we can go ahead and get on our coconut milk, which is gonna be for our dessert. With this, I like to take the coconut milk, warm it up a little bit, and then steep it with a pandan leaf. So pandan leaf is from the forests of Thailand. It gives it kind of an earthy background. We have our coconut milk, we have our heavy cream, and we're gonna just start our pan off on a low flame. So this is the coconut milk that we steeped it with the pandan leaf, pulled it out, add in some of our black rice. Add your heavy cream. So we're gonna add some sugar, some salt, and let that cook down a little bit. In the end, it's a very beautiful dish for you to have for dessert. And there you go, a great little Asian dessert. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Steve.
I hear you're gonna be tasting all my food today.
I'm excited.
Awesome, me too.
This looks amazing. Presentation is everything to me, and already I'm excited to eat it.
Oh, well, good.
All
I'm
right.
glad.
let's
Enjoy.
go. Thank you. All right, let's try a scallop here. Kind of nervous. It's very mild in flavor, melts in your mouth. Let's try the mango here. It's very sweet and sour, very zesty and tangy, which I love. The scallops, very smooth in texture. Okay, let's try the dessert. That is so good. That's really amazing. It's very sweet and subtle. It's really amazing.
Once again, I'm Stephen Alman and this is Chef Roulette. Thanks for watching.
I grew up in Trinidad and I wasn't allowed to hang out with the boys, the older guys, because they grew up like around a lot of DJs. I didn't start until I joined the military in 2002, and my first base was in South Dakota, Ellsworth Air Force Base in South Dakota. There wasn't really much out there to do, so I was like, oh, let me just pursue DJing because I always wanted to do it. And I received a Stanton starter pack, which came with like turntables, a little mixer, headphones, like the whole shebang. And I had to order some vinyl off the internet, had it shipped to South Dakota. And yeah, that's how I started DJing in my dorm room. In the Brooklyn community and other places, I'm known as DJ Mercy Lane. I spend my days looking for lots of music so I can make people dance at night, or else they'll probably cuss me out. Now, I've been doing this for about 11 years, and for some gigs I still get nervous, but once I get up there and put the music on, I feel the energy from the people, and it just makes everything go away, all the nerves, and I just have a good time, you know. So my connection to Brooklyn, I think that's where I have most of my roots, especially with DJing. And a lot of the people that hire me are for queer parties. Yep. I'm not saying all of them are, but most of them. I've DJed at Zukar before, I've DJed Poppy Juice recently. Come on Everybody. Come on Everybody is very queer friendly venue. I love that space so much. Reggae is a queer dancehall party, which is also one of my favorite parties to do. I'm from the Caribbean, so I love dancehall, reggae, soca music, but I feel like every time I go to parties that cater to that audience, it's mostly straight. I don't feel comfortable, honestly, right. Especially with some of the guys there. Some of them are respectful, but some of them aren't. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I think that's important to have a party like reggae, which I feel comfortable at, and other people who are like me. Feel free to dance with who they want to, and just enjoy the music without being harassed. I just started a new venture, which is a DJ magazine, which caters to women DJs and musicians and beat makers or producers, just to shine a light on them, because what I've noticed is a lot of the DJs that are put into magazines, are on like the top 100 lists, especially in EDM music, they are men, you know, with a sprinkle of women. I also noticed too, like if the female DJs are recognized, they're mostly white women. You know, so I definitely wanted to recognize a lot of the ladies that I know and people who I don't know of worldwide. DJ Reborn, I really admire her. DJ Valentine, Amber Valentine, Sassy Black, Stassi Boss, like they're my all-time favorites to DJ with as well. You know, we definitely have a good time together, and you know, amongst other women. We want of the main challenges I think for us is we're raising 2 boys.
Yeah.
So we have to make sure that they have everything that they need as well as what we need.
Right.
But you know, they are our priority.
How would you
You
feel
know?
if our kids became DJs?
I would love it.
Me too.
Which means I can quit and they can do all the parties with me. You know?
Yeah.
We live in Brooklyn, baby. We live in Brooklyn, baby. We try to make it, baby.
The subject of photography became a big topic in my work, like how people use and share images, why we share images, why we take photographs. And as photography became more and more ubiquitous in the world, it just became such an interesting topic and such an interesting subject to work with. I'm Penelope Imbrico, and I'm a multimedia artist. There's an aspect of revealing what's inside the black box. There's this term called knolling, the act of like disassembling stuff and then, or bringing together similar types of things and arranging them flat on a table in perpendicular fashion in a designy kind of aesthetic way, and then taking a photograph from the above. And so I thought it would be great to create a knolling table for this exhibition. This entire exhibition is also a kind of evolving e-waste intake center where people can bring stuff that they don't want anymore. They can also bring that stuff and take it apart and take a picture of it. One day I was here and there were a lot of high school students from Brooklyn Tech, and they just got so excited and they all came around the table and started taking things apart. Then they came the next day with their friends. And so it's been really great. And there is something so amazing about when you take something apart little bit by little bit and really understand what the thing that you carry around with and wake up with and go to sleep with is made of physically. I read some facts somewhere, like there's 52 billion tons of e-waste every year, and only 10% of it gets recycled. To me, that's just insane. It's amazing to me how much e-waste there is and how little of it gets recycled. This project, Monument, is really about addressing the screen. Like when we're looking at a screen, we're actually not looking at the screen, we're looking right through it. So we have no idea what's inside it, how it works, and yet we're more intimate with this really than we are probably with our partners. So this exhibition tries to do two things. It's turning this idea of the black box inside out, and it's also articulating the physicality of the screen and making you actually really have to navigate that or understand that as a physical, liquid, messy object that we normally think of as being not physical and clean and slick. So the news has replaced the idea of horror in my mind. So these are live streaming newscasts. Some of them are live streaming and some of them are pre-recorded because some of the monitors won't accept cable. So we hooked up media players and we're playing pre-recorded news. So the web really affords this kind of study of like, you know, looking across a certain kind of genre of photography and seeing what people are doing in that. There's a lot you can find in those images. It's fascinating, you know, how people take images and what they share and how they share it, and the sort of inconsequentiality of those images. Like, people are not interested in what they look like as a photograph. They're made really specifically just to take a picture of a TV, to sell the TV. So when I decontextualize them and recontextualize them into my work, I'm actually finding groups of things, phenomena that happen that say something about who we are.
The process of creating art out of found objects, upcycling, repurposing, I've always done that. It's bred out of necessity, really. It goes back to this compulsion to create. I didn't go to school for art. I dropped out of high school when I was in my sophomore year, and I took a GED. I never went to college. But I always felt compelled to create. And I also was raised here in Brooklyn in a financially disadvantaged family, so we never had money. So I found things to make, literally in my environment. I'm talking about from the time I was like 5 or 6. So this idea of, like, you know, seeing something and being like, I can make something with that, it's out of necessity. Necessity is the mother of all invention, right? So I've always looked to existing things in my environment and tried to figure out how I can flip them to express what I have this compulsion to express, whatever it is. I'm Patrick Dorr. I'm an artist and musician, a poet, a writer, a creative. I've been doing art in one form or another all my life, but I never would claim the title artist. If someone asked me if I was an artist, I'd say, no, I do art. I'm not an artist. I never wanted to commit to that because I didn't really understand what it was. I also felt that an artist was for a different type of person than I am. It's in the last couple of years, I feel like I'm starting to really own what it is to be an artist and feel comfortable with referring to myself as an artist. Being sober allows me to wake up and not come to. Being sober allows me to have a discipline and a direction that I didn't have when I was drinking and drugging. I've been sober 16 years by the grace of God. This disease of alcoholism and drug abuse went through my family like a plague. Literally took my uncles, my father, my older brother just died a month ago from alcoholism. So I count every day as a blessing. And I drank and drugged from the time I was 14 to 38. And I had to hit a real bottom before I turned my life around by the grace of God. But you know, not everybody gets that chance. The recovery that I've had from drinking, from alcoholism and drug abuse has been a spiritual process and a spiritual awakening. It changed my perspective. I still have a personality that is compulsive and obsessive, but now it's about art, right, and music. My perspective has changed, and I've been given a second chance in life, and so every moment is precious. There's this idea that when I see something discarded, my first impulse is to want to pick it up, just to clean it up. You know, then the second is, well, what can I do with that? There's something that can be made from this. You know, we live in an incredibly wasteful society. So I think a lot of the stuff that I do, it doesn't start from a lofty concept. It's very much in the moment. It's like when I see rusty metal, when I see a discarded can, I'm not necessarily thinking ahead of time what I'm going to do with that. It's happening in the moment. This triptych this is about the divinity of Black women in particular. These are also about the goddess and fertility and creation. The models are all from Africa, so I was really conscious about making sure everything represented had something to do with creation and fertility and the goddess. So there's a lot of symbolism. All three, if you notice, have a cowrie shell over their third eye. Their gowns are from different sacred texts, the Quran, the Bible, Old Testament, and Buddhist Dharma. This is an ancient Celtic symbol for fertility. This is the alchemist symbol for creation. She's holding the Akan fertility symbol and the Ankh, which is a symbol of life. I am half African American and half Irish American, and born here in, like I said, in Brooklyn. When I was a little kid, we had one art book. It was called The History of Art. And I remember as a little kid pouring through that book, and the only part that really attracted me was the primitive art, the African art. I always felt drawn to it. And so as I got older, I just explored that more and felt that connection even deeper. When I do create sculptures out of found metal, that started with me wanting to have African masks and sculptures of my own, but not being able to afford them. You know, I'd walk and see a piece of rusted metal and think, I can make that into something that somewhat mirrors African art. I have, for the last 20 years, worked with young people and encouraged them to pursue their dreams. You know, this idea that you can be an artist. You know, you can be a young person of color from a financially disadvantaged background. You are worthy of being an artist. And I've tried to empower and support kids for that long, and I wasn't even taking my own advice. Started to feel a little bit like a hypocrite. So this leap that I've made in the last couple of months is really me kind of like listening to my own speeches of being worthy to be an artist. And God and the universe have been so affirming in these last few months. Things are really starting to happen.
Tap dancing is my way of communication, and it's become my voice, and it's become my expression. My name is Kazu Kumagai. I am a tap dancer. I was born and raised in a small city called Sendai City, Japan, and I grew up there until when I became 19. I started when I was 5, but because I was growing up in a small city like in Japan, I couldn't find any tap school. I went to NYU to study psychology, but I found the advertisement. There's a school called Funk U, and it's a school for training program for Broadway show, bringing the noise, bringing the funk. I started training with the great teacher named Ted Levy, and he told me almost everything to be a tap dancer, like musicality and not just about the step, but also history and the culture, and always like there's a masters around there, like Gray Bunny, Buster Brown, Jimmy Slides, and Gregory Hines. That's where I really started learning. Basically, like I make sound with this. There's a metal and the toe here. With just this 4 sound basically. You can make music like drums, like it can be like bass sound. It's like snare. This is a higher note and it's lower notes. From they always sing the rhythm first. Civic ba ba dee dee ba. Then I can do civic ba ba dee dee da. Civic ba ba dee dee da. Civic ba dee dee da. So my teacher always told me one is your best friend. So don't lose one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Daddy started out in San Francisco, tooting on his trumpet, wild and mean. Suddenly a voice said, "Go for Daddy, spread your picture on the wider screen."
My teacher told me, speak with your feet instead of like performing, express yourself. It's always related to the jazz music, and it's always like a conversation and a call and response with the musicians.
It's a tingle in your fingers, tingle in your feet.
It's always the rhythm and the sound is the most important thing.
It's a powerful beat. Yes, the rhythm of life is a powerful beat.
Come writers and critics, prophesize with your pen. Keep your eyes wide, the chance won't come again. Don't speak too soon, for the wheel's still in spin. There's no telling who that's a naming. For the loser now will later be win. For the times there are a-changing.
The biggest difference I discovered when I started learning here was the musicality of the dance. Tap dancing is always related to the specifically jazz music. And it's always like a conversation and a call and response with the musicians. It's always the rhythm and the sound is the most important thing. Yeah, walking the street, hearing the sound, it's the biggest inspiration for me. And also my emotion always change the way I dance and change the rhythm. Main thing I do is mostly improvisation and just like everyday life, it's like breathing. Not always the sound is important, but space is important. Always the pulse, just like the heartbeat, makes the rhythm going. Good rhythm, wonderful life, and that's my belief.
Since I was kids, I always wanted to make some weird dream kind of feelings. I'm Maiko Kikuchi, Brooklyn-based artist. I'm making painting, collages, sculpture, and puppetry. All the time, my art is related to the daydreams, which is my big theme, continuous theme for my creation. So my collage is the tools for making my daydreams. One time I made almost 100 collages for one summer, which is my challenge. So I just needed to train myself how to follow my instinct. This is rough collage. Cut it out and then paste on the paper. I took one puppetry class, which is led by Theodorus Vitalis, one of the really great puppet artists in New York. After I took her class and learning about the puppetry, I'm really into the expression about the puppetry. My performance face, this is actually my grandfather's face. It's pretty big. The trick is, it gets small face too. That's one of the trick for the show. I applied for the puppet lab at St. Anne's Warehouse in Danville. Somehow I got in. I was so lucky. And then that was the first time I make my theater puppetry work in my life. First time I make the object theater, which is called Daydream Anthology. I decided to make something continue from the Daydream Anthology.
7, 8, 9, 10. You got it?
I recently made the 20-minute short piece, Daydream Tutorial. So I combine the object and animation, and then me wearing mask and perform. It's me showing how to make something.
Daydream tutorial.
But it's not like ordinary tutorial.
How to shape your face.
Repeat the movement 10 times.
Okay.
Here is an example.
Yeah.
I think me as an artist here, my Brooklyn days, which is totally different between Japan. So every time I kind of feel a little unusual or the things I'm not used to, which kind of makes me feel like I'm in the daydreams. So that's always caused me to make my piece.
10 times. Here is an example. 1, 2. You got it? Now you try.
Whenever I talking about my artworks, I always wondering which part I should begin. I should start to talk about. That's a really hard part, but I really enjoying how I create my artworks.
It's interesting because I have felt the most alive moments right after I thought I was going to die. I was in a strike and I almost got killed. Literally killed.
It was almost normal to somehow witness a criminal act. Getting things stolen or being attacked or assaulted for reasons that at the time I couldn't comprehend, but it became like something normal in the country. I was covering via photography and videography like a bunch of the strikes that were going on in my country, because the only channel that it was covering a lot of what was happening, it was NT24, and it's a Colombian channel. So I started documenting what was happening, and in the middle of the strike, things got really crazy. That was insane. I was 17 when that happened. I spent literally like 2 months in my house. Like my parents after that didn't let me go out. After that, I realized that my life was actually in danger. My name is Maria Angela, and I'm from Venezuela. I'm 21 years old, and I'm living in Bushwick in Brooklyn, New York. Perfecto. I finally talked to my family. I made the decision of like starting a new life here. I became very like lonely, and I just started documenting like the changes that I was going through. So like I have a lot of photos that represent kind of like that solitude. You know, I started just doing self-portraiture of like how it felt to like just wake up and like having uncertainty. I think taking a camera was a way for me to express myself. I started journaling a lot, and I started kind of like documenting what it was like, that process of becoming a young adult, like my womanhood in a way, my early stage of a womanhood. And it became like a lot of self-portraiture, but just of how empty and how sad and how nostalgic it was to just kind of start from a place where I sincerely did not have anything, and how that was like my only option. Like that was the decision that I took that led me into all of this. And for sure it wasn't easy, and it still is not, but what I do think it's really beautiful is being able to, through photography, kind of like see the starting point of that decision and like have it all documented until now, like from 17 until now that I'm 21, just seeing that change, how I adapt, and how my roots still come from that little girl that grew up vulnerable, exposed, and like is stronger in a way. It is not much different at the beginning when you move from Venezuela to other country, because you have to like shred that skin, you know what I mean? So in the first year and a half, I was like going back and forth like, with people, and I felt like the need of almost disattaching myself in order for me to sincerely be able to adapt to my reality here in the States. It was so sad because I was moving forward with my life, you know. I was like, oh yeah, I'm doing this project, and then my friends over there, they're like, that must be cool, like I'm just here, like I'm just really trying to make it through the day. The other photos that I have here on my wall, this one, it's with my grandma. I was having issues with how to cope with my feelings, and I guess I started drinking a lot of alcohol even though I was underage. Like I was just coping with a lot of that, and my grandma has been so understanding always, so sweet and so kind. And these two portraits, I did not took them, but I was able to do a talk at FIT about self-portraiture and photography, being able to encourage other people to find the beauty in their own things and in their insecurities, and to document their lives is really beautiful. I feel like something that I learned a lot from like migrating is that it showed me that you're not entitled at all, like not even in your own country, you know what I mean? Like what is really important is that we all get the same human rights, and that's something that has been incredibly violated. If all of those things are being taken away from you, if you sincerely want to make your life better, that's when you make your decision, and that's when the dream starts.
This more than just a poem, I'm more than just a poet, akin to stardust, and tell myself till I know it, yeah. That ain't lust for the fame or the fortune. I claim what I was born with, flame return and whirlwinds, cosmic vibrations that are dancing under my skin.
Hands up! Hands up!
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Ma. Boom! Boom, 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 boom! Yeah.
Monica! Monica! Why have you still not Googled our pictures?
Great Granddad, I'm so sorry. I've been Googling pictures of celebrities to try to figure out their personalities.
Celebrities don't have personalities. They have publicists.
Sorry.
Monica, your idea for a robbery was all wrong.
Wait, no. No.
I meant like a car wash, a cookie drive.
Bake sale.
A bake sale. Monica, you've totally fucked up!
I'm sorry. It's too late.
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Oh, hi.
Congressman Peters?
Hey, sorry, we just, we're really hungry, so we let ourselves in.
Are y'all open for business? If not, we could wait outside until you are, right?
Yeah, sure. I do hope you can accommodate my very specific diet, though.
Oh, please. This is New York. They eat nothing and drink everything.
OG's running a little late, so you get me.
Oh, well, I always prefer a female waiter.
So many would.
Shit, I forgot to brush my teeth.
Can I get you all anything to drink other than water? Oh, no. If I drink anything else, I'll be on the potty all day.
That old boy's gonna look just like me, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Sure he will. Unless, of course, your wife's been fucking another guy. I'll give you a second with those menus.
Pick up.
The fucking future president is in there!
Ayúdanos a salvar nuestro destino.
I'm so sorry I'm late. The future fucking president is in there.
Aaron, he said that!
I'm calling Chris.
Fuck, why today? Wait, no, it's gonna stop my call from going through. Portado como un hombre perfecto, pero seré mejor. Por favor, Diosito, ayúdeme a que este hombre conteste el teléfono.
Everyone just calm down.
Rush Murder to reach him, get the ship drink!
Dude, what the fuck? That's not a fucking go phone. God, get the fucking horse.
Fine!
Chris!
Hey, put your number in my phone.
God, we need to stop this robbery from happening. Everyone just calm the fuck down. OG, go outside. Monica, you keep waiting at the tables. Oh my God, I'll go out the door. This is gonna be fine. We're great. What the fuck do I do? Just pretend to do work like you always do. We're gonna be great.
I think I'll do the farmer's breakfast. Steak well done, please. I love medium rare, but I can't risk it with the little one on the way.
Oh. How far along are you?
Any day now. Can't you tell?
I'm not really clear on the stages of pregnancy.
Well, it's very exciting because we have a history of failed pregnancies.
Don't tell me this.
It's my duty to demystify the miscarriage.
Oh, God. Sorry, I'm just looking for your waiter.
Yeah, our last pregnancy was a real doozy because, well, our son was born alive. Well, better luck this time, huh?
Yeah.
I will have the same thing that my wife is having.
That'll be coming right up.
No! Oh! Ah! Help! Help! Please!
Yo, I see you, but I can't help you right now. I'm trying to stop my friend from coming into this restaurant.
I'm a casting director. Nobody will miss me if you don't help.
Oh, God. Oh, God, please don't tell me that. Oh, I'm coming. As a concerned citizen, I'm gonna help you.
Oh, God. Oh.
Dear God, if you get me through this, I will canvass. I'll donate money. I will go door to door.
Don't lose your shit right now. Stop sounding crazy. You're right. I'm not gonna decide who I vote for till I get to the polls.
Everyone get down on the fucking ground. Come the fuck on fucking down. Take the money out of the register and put it in the briefcase.
Well, I guess we're doing it.
Please, sir, I have a son. Oh, we all have kids, man. We all have kids. Put the money in the briefcase.
Everyone take him seriously. He has a gun.
Don't test me, bitch.
Please, just take the money and leave.
Hello, may I see a menu, please?
Oh, certainly.
Thank you. Everyone get down on the fucking floor, take the money out of the register and put it in this backpack.
Oh my God.
You too, Bob.
Please, sir, I have a son.
Wait, no, dude, no fair. I'm the one holding this place up.
Whoa! Who the fuck are you,
I'm
motherfucker?
the guy holding this place up.
No, dude, I'm the one holding this place up.
No, dude, I saw it first.
Well, I saw it second, and first is the worst, and second is the best.
Don't fucking say that.
Oh my God, I don't know what I'm saying. I'm so sorry. For second is a total bonehead.
Oh, oh no. Oh no. No, not now. Not now. Oh.
They just don't know why she felt just so. Just a word at the record store.
Congrats on your first night of managing.
I feel like I messed up a million things and felt like such an idiot.
It will never be this bad again. It will never, ever be this bad again.
What the fuck are you doing here?
Well, I was planning on holding this place up, but it's becoming clear to me I need to take my business elsewhere.
Are you gay, bro?
I don't even know what that word means.
Do not fuck with me.
Oh, fuck. Well, I'm sorry. It's my fault.
I should have drank more water before my hot yoga class.
Please, you have to hydrate. Fuck, let me try to get you a cab.
No one will miss me if I die. I spent my whole life looking at headshots to put them on broadcast TV.
Please don't tell me that. I'm an actor. I get what you do.
God, why is it so hard to find a cab in Brooklyn? I need to make a car payment, so I need that amount of money. Fuck!
I knew that wasn't far-fetched.
Listen, I just want to walk through that door and go home. And I don't know if you rob by trade or if this is like a freelance gig, which, congrats if you can make money as a freelancer, because I know it's really hard. Oh, God. Look, they say in this situation I need to just tell you facts in order to get your empathy. Well, my mom's name's Emil, and she moved from Germany to Williamsburg and is currently dying. And I only have a few weeks to find someone to fall in love with before she goes.
You're a fucking cop, aren't you?
Oh, my God, no. I only know the Miranda rights because of my improv background.
Fuck improv. Show me your fucking face.
Leave him alone, the fucking...
Get out of here!
Fuck! This is the worst day I've ever had managing. One time we had Mad Cow. Do you remember that? Damn! Tell me how to turn this thing off.
I'm on it.
Omar! I've never been so glad to see you on your phone.
If I'm already dead, I just want you to know I really like you. But how would you hear that if I'm already dead? According to this, you have to identify the safety.
It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine.
You don't know that.
Oh, it's true. I'm lying. Oh, but let's pretend I'm right.
You bitch! I had this all under control.
Joke's on you, because it's such a relief to go. Monica!
Hey! Hi! Sorry to bust in like this, but I'm a concerned citizen from the U.S. While driving in my top-down 1946 convertible, I was changing gears, and I heard something strange. So I pulled over on the corner of Flatbush and Ocean.
Who the fuck are you?
I'm happy to answer that question. I'm a teacher at a Montessori school in Bed-Stuy. I got a wife and 2 kids. I have rosacea. Now the question is, who the fuck are you?
I'm robbing this bar, motherfucker. Motherfucker.
Well, I can't let that happen. I'm a citizen that happened to see something and say something.
Wow, that still needs to be work.
This shit is too much. Fuck off.
You saved me.
I never miss my cue. Never.
Downstream. Downstream Peters.
I love that name. So we really appreciate y'all being willing to give this thing a, hush hush.
Oh.
Yeah, we just really want to avoid the media blitz.
Well, we were only too happy to knock all the police. I mean, we didn't want that attention either.
No, yeah. Look, I know it's not much, but just, thank you.
Wow. Wow.
Hey guys, what'd I miss?
Shut up.
I think I know that guy.
I can't thank you enough.
Hello?
Ochi, it's me from casting.
Hi. Oh my God. Hi, I'm so sorry. My mouth is full. How'd you find me?
Your tampon commercial's playing at the hospital.
Yes, that's me.
This is a miracle. Thank you. Thank you, Chi grandfather.
Okay, I have to be honest, I'm not totally sure what's happening here, but wow, female emotions are really hard to understand.
Hey, don't I know you from somewhere?
Yeah. Wow, you look much better than you did with those flyers.
Yeah, I just had a near-death experience.
Oh my God. Tell me all about it.
You look great in there. You too. I had no idea that someone who was so good at spreadsheets could be so good at handling an emergency.
Me neither. If I had known, I'd gone into medical.
Omar seems fine.
Oh my God, he didn't even get shot at just Grace's nose.
Hey, look at this shit.
Oh my God, no fucking way. I'll put this in the safe. Wow, I can't believe it.
Yeah, I know. Like, oh my God! My afterlife is gonna be so karmatically fucked, but like, thank God. I mean, just, thank God.
I know I moved too quickly. I laid my heart out bare. Please tell me you feel something. Please tell me you care.
I almost got away with it, bitch.
Times were tough, so I sold my soul. And I don't think I'll ever regain control. Devil looked me in the eye, and I looked the other way. What else could I do? I just stared at the doorway, knew I'd rather be drunk with you. I'd rather be drunk, but I'm caught outside the bar talking to a blues.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Thank you for being with us today and choosing to spend your time with American Princess and Gotham Whale. We're going to be pulling out of the dock momentarily. Captain Tom is going to be getting us off the dock.
We're going out the inlet this morning, out of Rockaway Inlet, and out to the Atlantic Ocean in search of the whales and dolphin, and we'll see what we can find.
My father started the business in 1945 when he came back from World War II. He bought a boat, and we've been boating ever since, my whole life, fishing, cruising, and then now whale watching. In the early 60s and 70s and right up to the 90s and 2000, there was very few whales. We would see one whale a year. The last 6 or 7 years, the waters have gotten a lot clearer, and there's been a tremendous increase in menhaden. Now, menhaden or bunker is a fish that the whales feed on. Today we have a little wind to deal with, and that sometimes is a problem. When we get out the inlet and it's too rough to go in the ocean, we have to look up in the bay, and that limits us. That probably limits us 50%.
I'm going to need all of you today to have your eyes on the water to help me locate the whales.
Gotham Whale, we're a nonprofit organization. We do marine education, outreach, and research on humpback whales in the western New York Bight. Paul approached Captain Tom Palladino of the American Princess, told him about what he was hearing. It was corroborating with what Captain Palladino had already heard himself. And so they formed this partnership between the American Princess and Gotham Whale. They are our platform, and we are the research and education arm.
We're the only group that is studying them, specifically reporting what we see, where we see it, when we see it, and we're accumulating that information to give an overall picture of where they are, what they're doing, and where they're likely to be in the future. It's just amazing to think that these animals are right here in Brooklyn. However, there's a wonderful print that was done by a Dutch explorer in 1678 that shows the entrance to the harbor, the Verrazano's Narrows, and he drew a number of whales right in the same area that we're seeing them. So instead of having the Coney Island amusement in the background, they had whales just in the same spot. But of course, they were hunted out almost to extinction during the golden era of whaling.
It's been 40 years since the Clean Air and Clean Water Act came into being, so that legislation from the 70s is still bearing fruit today. We need to have people see how beautiful these creatures are and how important it is for us to protect them and the resource they live in.
Both sides, on the left-hand side and the right-hand side.
Early part of June, we were seeing multiple whales each time that we went out. And then for some reason that we have not identified, the whales went away. If the whales stopped coming, that would be a real disappointment. Well, we had one report of a whale in the area yesterday, so we're hoping he'll stay around. But of course, as our boat captain says, they have tails and they move around. The weather is good, the seas shouldn't be too rough. All we can do is keep our fingers crossed, keep a keen eye on the water, and we're going to hope that we can spot them.
Directly in front of us. Who would ever believe that there would be humpback whales in New York City? There are so many children that live near the water. They can see the water, but they've never been in or on the water in any way. Nature is imbued with the power to heal. Bringing people out here onto the ocean to be able to see the magnificence of the creatures that live underneath the water in their natural environment, get them connected, they will be more apt for the rest of their life to know how important it is to preserve and protect this environment.
Down he goes.
for a blink moment in time. People are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not gonna funnel more money into our schools. They're not gonna do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
I'm Ray DeJohn, it's Laughaholics Live. This is the 3rd season, thanks to Bric Television. I got some dynamic comedians in the building tonight. We got a special guest for you tonight. Comedy at its best, Mason Pryor in the building, coming out the Sprinter. What up, Mace?
What's going on?
I'm good, man. You ready for the night?
Of course.
That's what's up, man. One of the main reasons why we're all here inspired by stand-up comedy, his father set the bar. No one has done it like Richard Pryor has done it. And we're here tonight, so we're gonna have some fun. Now, of course, we're not gonna use the N-word. We're not gonna use the P-word, that what Donald Trump said. I grab. We can't do that. We're not gonna use the D-I-C-K.
C-word.
No, oh yeah, what?
C-word.
Oh, the C-word, oh, exactly.
What about the F-word? No F-word.
No F-word, no F-word.
We can't say nothing.
We ass, shit, damn it.
We can't say none of that.
We can even say bitch. We can even say bitch. This is gonna be a beefed up show, huh? Laughaholics Live, I'm Ray DeJohn.
Yeah, right.
This is my crew. Let's get ready to make people laugh, baby. Laughaholics Live, you know what it is. Coming to you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome out to Laughaholics Live. Make some noise in the building tonight. Oh man, we got a great show for you lined up today. This is the 3rd season of Laughaholics Live. Give me my warm-up song, DJ A. Start clapping your hands right now. Oh, we have a good time. Y'all ready to have a good time? Somebody say hell yeah. Coming to the stage, we got a gentleman. This brother, I don't know, well, he'll let you know where he's from. I believe he's from out of town. Please put your hands together for the first comic. Warming it up tonight. Give it up for Mr. Mike Logan, y'all. Mike Logan!
Hey, we got the hands up. All right. Got that DJ. Thank you. How y'all doing? How y'all doing? That's what's up, man. Ray over here talking about hip-hop music, man. I ain't know nothing about it growing up. You know why? I had a Christian mom raise me, man. Anybody grow up with a super saved parent at the crib? No. I'm talking about like super saved. Like I couldn't go Halloween trick-or-treating because I got to go to Hallelujah night down at the church. All my friends dressed up as Batman, Superman. Me and my brother got on waterbed sheets. We Moses and Joseph. That's messed up. She took my Star Wars lightsaber, made it the thing that Moses parted the Red Sea with. I'm like, Mom, how am I supposed to do this with this heavy-ass blanket you got on my back right now? Like, no matter what you say to my mom, she got like a save response to say back. You know, her name is Angie. They be like, Angie, they gonna cut your lights out. What you gonna do? Like, they can cut my lights out because this little light of mine, I'm gonna, ooh, Jesus, thank you, Jesus. Angie, you can't feed your kids today. What you gonna do? We gonna read this word and get full off the spirit. And the funny thing is like, if she didn't hit you with a save response, she hit you with this. You'd be like, Angie, they gonna evict you from your house. What you gonna do? Ain't gonna worry about that. I'm gonna let go and I'm gonna let God. I couldn't use that in my own life. Mike, why you get this D in math? I ain't worried about that. I'm gonna let go and let God. Like, you know how hard it is to explain to your friends why they can't come over and spend a night? Because your mom wake up at 6 in the morning praying and yelling at the devil? My mom down like, devil, get out of my family, get out of my house. I'll be like, Mom, this nigga gotta be gone because I'm about to walk out right now. Like, for real, man. It's so funny. My mom thought everything was a blessing. We going through McDonald's drive-thru. They told her to pull forward because her fries are going to take too long. She yelled in the window like, let them use you, Jesus Christ. Thank you very much. Like, my mom is, like, always praying for me and stuff like that. Most of the time it work out, you know, because, you know, being young and dumb, you always about to do something stupid. Like, all right, put it like this. I went to college. I didn't graduate. I decided I was finished, though. Yeah. So I'm taking this girl home one day, you know, and I took her home and everything, and I'm about to do something ungodly to her. Call myself being all young. I turn on the radio station. It's like, freak me, baby. Oh, yeah. So you know what I'm about to do. You feel me? I'm about to give it to her. So we get in the bed, and the funny thing is right before I put it in, the station changed, and all her was, never would have made it. Never would have made it. Hello? Without you. Oh, man, that's funny, man. Like most comedians, you know, I got a regular job, man. I work at the Cheesecake Factory, man. Clap it up for that, for having a good job as a black man. Thank you. But I hate it. It's funny, because you got to do what you do, man. If you want to live a dream, you got to have a job. But the funny thing is I'm the only black server where I come from. I'm from Ohio. I'm the only black server, so I'm most of the time serving white people, but I love serving my black people, man. Give it up for black people. I love black people. You feel me? You know why? Because black people don't make me do too much when I come to the table. You feel me? They real cool and laid back. As soon as I come, they answer questions I ain't even asked yet. I'd be like, hey, guys, how you doing? My name is Mike. It'll be 2 separate checks. Because you know, as black people, we ain't paying for nobody's bill. If you pay for the bill for the whole table, you make sure you say it after they done ordered everything first, because black people be like, hey, I'm going to go ahead and take care of this. Oh, for real? Can I get the 12-ounce steak, please, now? It's funny, though, man, because black people, y'all don't make me do too much. You know why? Because y'all really ain't going to tip me too much either, though. Black people got this thing where they tip $5 no matter what the bill is. $100 bill, $5. $500 bill, $5. If the government ever got rid of $5 bills, black people start ripping 10s in half and leaving that. It's funny, though. You should see how they talk to me in my job. I told you I serve a lot of white people, man. Like, white people, the funny thing is they tip better, but you got to put up with, like, some borderline racist stuff, like when you tipping white people. I'm going to give you, like, the 3 most racist comments I ever heard in my job. So this is, like, my spiel. At work, you know, I speak 2 different languages. I speak white table, black table. Y'all ain't get that. Look at the dumb people around. They ain't get that. Because, you know, talking to black people, I can pretty much talk to y'all how I want to, you know, because we cool. We feed off each other's energy. We vibe like that. You know, white people, I got to get in character. I'll be like this. Hey, guys, how you doing? Name's Mike. Soup of the day today is Mexican chicken and vegetable. I'll get your drinks and I'll be right back. See how fast that, like, rolled off the tongue? This white lady looked at me confused. I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. I said it kind of fast. She was like, yeah. I didn't know if you were rapping it or what. All black people do not rap, ma'am. Thank you. If you ever been to the Cheesecake Factory, you'll notice that the person that served you and the person that bring you your food ain't the same person. We got food runners. You know, this particular day I happened to be food running, so I had I don't know, somebody trying to set me up. I had chicken wings in my hand, you know, so I laid them down to the dude. I said, here you go, sir, enjoy your meal. He was like, I know you made these yourself. You didn't eat one, did you? All right, all black people do like chicken, though. I'll give you that one, though. Like, worst comment I've ever heard in my job. It came from this old lady. Like, she was real cool, though, you know. Left me $15 on, like, a $45 bill, which is, like, a real good tip, you know. But I knew it was kind of weird because she had on a Mitt Romney shirt. This was during Obama's second term of election, you know. So, man, everything's real cool. She's real nice. I'm bagging her food up. You know, I say, here you go, ma'am. She says, Mike, you are such a great server. I should bring you home and have you work in my house. Did you just Paula Deen me, ma'am? Oh, man. We got relationships in the house? Relationships? All right, all right. I heard that the sex gets kind of boring, you know, after the years go past. Anybody, they get real lazy in the bed? Yeah, look at the lady like that. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's so funny because I'm a product of it. So listen to this. The other day, you know, I'm with my girl, you know, so I tell her, you know, maybe she about to go to work. She got a little 9 to 5, so I get up in the morning. There's something about when a girl like lotioning. I'm like, ooh, I can't, yeah, baby, let's go ahead and get some in before you go to work. She's like, no, I gotta go to work. I ain't trying to be late. So I'm like, all right, well, you know, give me a little head or something, like, you know. Can you believe this girl had the nerve to give me some head with her purse on her shoulder? I said, if you don't get this lazy blowjob out of here, girl, like. All right, that's my time. I'm Mike Logan, y'all.
Come on, y'all, give it up for Mike Logan. Give it up for Mike Logan. Yeah. Coming to the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for my next comedian. I love the fact that she is from Brooklyn. I love the fact that I only saw her a couple of weeks ago, and I decided to put her on the taping because I think she's doing a tremendous job working her way through the comedy circuit. Please put your hands together for Eva Evans, y'all. Give it up.
Hi, I'm Eva Evans, representing Jersey and Brooklyn, and I came to represent for all the ladies in comedy. I'm gonna bring it tonight, girl. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Some of y'all looking at me like, this bitch tell jokes? Yes, I tell jokes, honey. I do. That's what I do. Any Jamaicans in the house? What? Come on, son. Only 1.5 Jamaicans in here? Okay, that's right, sis. I see you, sis. I'm from Jamaica originally. Yes, bap. I was raised by a poor Jamaican lady. Yes, my mother was a single mother raising 2 girls by herself. And she used the fact that we was broke to her advantage. She come home and see the house a mess. She like, oh, okay. Guess what? Christmas cancel. No Christmas now going in, yeah. Me and my sister look at each other like, well, damn, Ma. It's only July. You're not gonna give us a chance to make it up to you? Quick to cancel something. So, I can't curse. Sorry, my bad, y'all. Quick to cancel something because she was broke. Yeah, man, I love Brooklyn. Love Brooklyn. I've been out here for almost 10 years. Yeah, man. Anyway, you originally from Brooklyn? That's right. Man, Brooklyn, when I first moved to Brooklyn, I thought I was going to be living like, you know, Carrie Bradshaw and them girls from Sex and the City. I'm going to be living in New York City. I'm going to be living like Carrie Bradshaw, like Sex and the City. But little did I know, I was going to be living like Screwing in the Hood. Because I ain't got no money for Sex and the City. You feel me? I'm broke. Them bitches, they never took Subway. Always a cab. Always. They had money. I always, ever since I moved to Brooklyn, I've only been able to afford the hood. That's it, only the hood. My first dead body I saw was in Flatbush. Like, I've seen dead bodies before. You know what I'm saying? At a funeral, your cousin died, your uncle died, whatever. But you know, regular everyday stuff. But I never seen an uncensored dead body. Like, I was taken aback. I'm like, oh, okay. This is something new. All right. Something new. I walk into the train on my way to work. I'm late, matter of fact. On the way to work, I see the dead body. I'm like, oh, damn, I don't got no time for this. I got to go to work. I'm like, you know what? Let me call the police. 911, what's your emergency? Hi, I'd like to report a dead body on 25th and Newkirk. Okay, and what is your location? Well, I'm about to jump on this 2 train, but y'all can find a body on 25th and Newkirk. All right, well, ma'am, we need you to stand by to give your statement to the officer. Statement? Bitch, I just told you there's a dead body on 25th and Newkirk. What else? I ain't got nothing else for you. That's it. That's all I know. They always trying to get you involved in something, right? They always want you. Yeah. Want us to call you back? No, I'm blocking y'all. I'm blocking 911. Yes. I don't want y'all calling me. Nah, son. Nah, I don't want none of that. Always trying to get you involved in something. Always, y'all. Always, man. Where the baby mamas at? Baby mamas, where you at? Okay, clap. Like y'all all right, thank you. Fathers, where y'all at? All right, I don't got no kids myself. I don't got no kids. No kids, not yet. Soon come, hopefully not, girl. I can't afford it, unless he got money. That's the goal, shop a rich one. But yeah, I don't got no kids. But all my friends, they're all pregnant right now. My sister pregnant, everybody pregnant. And at first I was excited. I'm like, yes. I'm gonna be an auntie, a godmommy. It's gonna be so much fun. But then I was like, hold up. I'm starting to feel left out. Because I mean, all these bitches been getting laid. While I haven't been. Something ain't right. Something ain't right. Oh, man. I try to avoid guys with kids. Yeah. Because I'm single. Right? No, you feel me, sis. Yeah, say a little louder. Yes. Pronounce it. Yes. Yes. I can't deal with the baby daddies. I really can't. I can't do it. I can't. I tried it, and it's not for me. It's not for me. No, it's not, because you know what it is? Men, they never are honest about the relationship with their baby mama. Y'all feel me? They never honest. Man, I don't mess with her. Just because of my daughter. Why even talk to her? Sweetie, she's pregnant with your third child and y'all live together. How does that work? They lie to you when they don't even need to. They don't even need to when they lie to you. The other day, this man looked me dead in my eye. He's like, I'll put that on my mother. I don't talk to her. We're not together. Just because my son, why even deal with her? I'm like, sir, all I asked you was where the gluten-free bread was. I didn't. That's all I asked. That's all I asked. Which aisle? That's all. That's it. Volunteering lies. Crazy. Dating is crazy. Where the single ladies at? That's right. This ain't the classroom, y'all. Clap. I ain't taking attendance now. Damn. Yeah, single lady. Let me tell you something. Dating in New York City is a tragedy. It is the Titanic sinking out this bitch. Yeah, thank you. Hallelujah. She over there catching the spirit. Hallelujah. Praise him. Girl, I'm up here preaching. I'm preaching the gospel, honey. Yeah, it's a tragedy out here. Like, if they're not gay, they got 10 bitches that they lying about. They got something. They always got a story. It's never just a nice young man, college educated, circumcised penis. It's never that. Oh, man. But when you dating out here, you got to be careful what kind of advice you taking from your friends. You got to be careful. Because some of your friends will have you out here messed up. They have you messed up. I was talking to my homegirl the other day. I'm like, girl, let me tell you. This man went through my phone. Can you believe that? Read my text messages, was on my gram, reading my DMs. Invasion of my privacy. She gonna look at me and be like, girl, you need to be grateful. Because at least he could read. I'm like, bitch, are you dealing with a slave? Why your man don't know how to read? Why? Something not right. My homegirls, they always want to give me advice. Oh, girl, don't talk to him. He voting for Trump. I'm like, girl, where your man is? You know you're not supposed to discuss politics. Come on, girl. Oh, girl, don't talk to him. He on parole for murder. I'm like, girl, you know I love him feisty. I ain't scared now. I love a feisty man. It's when you're a real homegirl, she know what you care about. She's like, girl, don't talk to him. Because he don't eat the cat. Right? I said, oh, he crazy. Oh, I'm not dealing with that. I don't need that burden in my life. I'm not dealing with that at all. That's, my ex, he hit me up the other day and he's like, do you miss me? I'm like, nah, who this? I don't even know who this. Who is this? I don't even know if this number saved. Who that? He's like, I know you remember who this is because ain't nobody get it wet like I do. I said, boy, you thought that was you? Boy, it was a coincidence that you was there. This is natural. This is hereditary. This been handed down on my mother's side for 4 generations, honey. This ain't got nothing to do with you. Y'all been good to me, man. Let me tell you something. Follow me on the gram, _Eva Evans, EvaEvansComedy.com. Thank you, y'all.
Eva Evans, ladies and gentlemen. Clap it up for Eva Evans. Good job. Representing Brooklyn. All right, coming to the stage right now, you know, one of our favorites here. Please put your hands together for the extremely funny, good friend of mine, now a friend of you guys. Y'all give it up for Mr. Pernell Holloway! Hey!
Oh, how you feel, brother?
Let's go, Pete!
Hey guys, what's up? It's comedian actor Pernell Holloway. We right here in Brooklyn, New York. I'm about to destroy this stage. Comedy show tonight. Keep watching.
Yeah, what's up, Brooklyn? How y'all doing? Come on.
Hey, jam!
Cut it, DJ. Oh, man, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something. I just took a look around. There are no ugly people in this room tonight, so give yourselves a round of applause. Yeah. And that's rare, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, it's very rare that I do a show with no ugly people. Besides, it's not even right to call people ugly anymore. But what you can say to describe people is that you have a very strong face. Yeah, that's a nice way to put it, you know. Your face is strong as hell. Right? You got a face for radio. Right? 'Cause think about it. Don't nobody see your ugly ass on the radio. Right? It'll be like WUGLY radio. Right? Can you imagine this? That would be the station, right? Where they play the hottest songs by the ugliest artist. Yeah, hot song, ugly artist. Soon as you turn it on, oh baby, you got what I need. But you say he's just a friend. But you say he's just a friend. Oh baby, you, right? Hot song, ugly artist, right? Right, all of them. Give me all the chicken heads from Pasadena to Medina. Let Big get in between. See, y'all getting sensitive in here, Brooklyn. Come on now. You know Biggie wasn't no handsome brother. Come on now. He said it his damn self. Heartthrob never. Black and ugly as... Thank you. And you know you ugly when you compare yourself to a length of time. Ever? Come on, y'all. That's from the cradle to the grave. And some of y'all ain't laughing right now because you're probably sitting next to a strong-faced friend tonight. Trying to be politically correct, but that's all right. Because this is WUGLY radio. You damn right. And trust me, on this station, everything ugly. You know how some of these DJs, right, they got that little bomb, right? They hit the button for the bomb. Not on this station. Everything ugly. Soon as you hit the button, it's like, yeah, boy. WUGLY radio. Oh, man. Laughaholics, man. If you're born and bred in Brooklyn, make some noise. All right, all right, all right. I thought I smelled gunpowder. That's what's up. That's how you know you in Brooklyn, when you smell gunpowder or cocaine. But I love your borough. I'm teasing. I love Brooklyn, man. I think y'all got some of the hardest hustling homeless people I've ever seen in my life. I'm very serious. I was at Pennsylvania and Atlantic, right? Right? I saw a homeless guy at the light. This brother had a cardboard sign, y'all. The sign said, "Are you tired of people asking you for change?" I said, hell yeah. This brother flipped the sign over. The shit said, "Then give dollar bills." I said, come on, Brooklyn. Come on and get this goddamn dollar. You hustling your ass off out here, yeah. I tell you, Brooklyn is one of them exclusive boroughs, man. You got to know what you're doing to live in Brooklyn. And And I'm originally from Newark, New Jersey, for those of y'all who never seen me before. Originally from Newark, New Jersey, but I made my home in Queens now, right? I started to move to Brooklyn. Hold on. I started to move to Brooklyn. But y'all got this one section out here called Do or Die. Oh, hell yeah. I wasn't ready to make them kind of decisions. You know, do or die? Woo. That's a lot of pressure, ladies and gentlemen. I said, let me take my little punk ass to Queens and settle down, you know. I'm keeping it real, you know. Because for those y'all don't know, I am no thug, okay? I'm going to be honest with y'all. If one of you brothers in here came up to me tonight and said, Purnell, when you get outside, I'm busting you up. Guess what I'm going to do, man? Stay my ass inside. You damn right. You damn right. Why go outside and risk getting beat up, right? Right, that's not intelligent, right? I'm going to be honest, because this is a small crowd. We like family. I had 2 fights, y'all, my entire life, and lost both them shits. Yeah, I didn't mind losing the first fight, you know, because it was my first fight. I figure, oh, well. But when she whooped my ass again, I said, oh, no, Purnell going to come up with a new strategy for this. Right? I figure I'm going to run home from the fight. That was going to be my strategy, you know. But I had one of them old black mothers, y'all, who didn't play that running home from a fight stuff, you know what I'm talking about? I had one of those mothers who would stop you in your tracks and say either you fight them or you fight me. Okay, we got the same kind of parents. I came running home one time, I swear to God, my mother was standing there blocking the door like this. She said, either you fight them or you fight me. I turned around and seen this big brother coming. I closed my eyes and punched the shit out of moms. You gonna let me in this house, son? I ain't taking no ass whooping for you or daddy. You crazy as hell. And I see a couple of y'all still ain't laughing. These are just jokes. Come on now. I would never hit my mother, I swear, because my mother hit hard, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I saw my mother knock out 3 of my stepfathers. Yeah, some of y'all ain't catch that stepfather part. You're not supposed to have 3 stepfathers. I never knew this, you know. Right? Like you are allowed 1 stepfather per lifetime. I had 3. Like how the hell do you get assistant daddies along the way in life, right? I'll never figure it out, but my mother was a genius, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, please don't go judging my mama. Shoot, I love my mama. Matter of fact, clap if you love your mama. How about that? All right. Life is too short, man. I was dedicating tonight's show to a friend of mine who moved on. They passed away today of all days, right? Yeah, I said I was going to dedicate my show to him tonight. But life is for who? The living, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely, life is for the living. That's why when I get on stage, sometimes as a comedian, it's hard to just, you know, tell a joke and walk off stage without making a connection with somebody in the crowd. Because God sent me here tonight for a purpose. Now, I know there's some women in here who claim that there are no good men out there. I'm here to tell you something. You're dead wrong. Where the good men in this room at? Clap, fellas. Where you at? The good men. There's a couple of y'all ain't clapping. Scared me, man. Right? And how many of you women would say that you already got a good man? Where he at? Okay, clap for your man. That ain't your man? That ain't your man? No? Oh, okay. You know, because honestly, you know there's a shortage. There is a shortage, you know, between the brothers that are either gay, locked up, or dead. They say for every woman, right, for every man, we should have 4 women. That's what I'm hearing. That's the numbers I'm getting, big dog. Yeah, on a single market, 4 to 1 is what we're working with out here. Yeah. And so for those of y'all ladies who got a good man, don't get mad if you find out another woman hollering at him, right? Because you got a good man, she want him too. So don't be a child about it. Invite her over, get to know her. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. Embrace that extra paycheck in your life. That's what I'm saying. Don't sit there and fight over the other woman. Let's find out if she working, what she doing with her life, you know. Maybe we could leave Brooklyn and upgrade to a condo in Long Island somewhere, yeah. That's all I'm saying. Keep it simple, you know. Fellas, I'm going to say this. If you're in a relationship with a good woman, you got to do your part, man. Do your part. Take care of that good woman. You got a good woman. Clap, fellas. Clap. Some of y'all ain't going to get no love tonight. But fellas, I'm going to just say this. Stop putting pressure on these women sexually. I'm going to say that. Sexually, I need y'all to stop putting pressure on these women. Because us guys, we always want to do something called the threesome. Have you ever heard of this bull stuff? You heard of threesome? Everybody out there want to have a threesome these days. I'm going to tell you something, fellas. Don't ask for what you can't deliver. Right? Because ain't nothing worse than disappointing two women at once. You selfish self. Right? I made that mistake last year. I'm going to share something with y'all before I leave. I told my woman last year, I said, baby, my birthday coming, and I want a threesome. Don't you know my baby came through for me, y'all? Clap it up for me. I got my threesome. I sure did. She called me while I was at work, though. She said, baby, when you get home, I got a surprise for you. I was like, oh, I know what this is. It's my threesome. It's going down tonight, right? I'm all excited. I said, when I get home, it's going to be me, my woman, and another woman. I got home. It was me, my woman, and another dude. No, ladies, don't clap. No. Stop. No. That wasn't what I had in mind. You understand me? Because don't no man in this room want to witness his woman being touched by another man. Yeah, we don't want to witness that. But I had to witness something I wasn't ready for, y'all. Because when this brother came in the bedroom, he was butt naked. This brother had on a tool belt with no tools. Yeah. He had some Red Bull over here, right? He had some ginseng. He had 4 condoms. 4! Some Stud 100 and a 6-pack of Viagra from the doctor's office. From the doctor's office, really? You bringing prescription penis to the party? Right? Like, how am I supposed to compete with this, right? So now I'm worried for my woman, for her safety. Yeah, because this brother meant business, you know what I'm saying? When I'm with my princess, I'm gentle because she's my princess. This brother was not gentle. Oh, hell no. He was hitting that woman with about 20 pounds of pressure per square inch of penis. And she loving it. He doing my woman so good, I lost my erection. I found myself running to get snacks and beverages for these two fools. Hey, listen, I hope y'all enjoy me, man. My name's Pernell Holloway.
Hold it up. Y'all give it up for Pernell Holloway. Let's go to Philadelphia. Next comedian coming to the stage. Please, y'all give it up for Rudolph Valentino. Clap it up.
Bow tie bear. I don't have a bow tie on right now, but you will see it on the show. I gotta bring the funny.
Got to bring the funny. Got the prayer warriors. The prayer warriors are in effect, and they're going to try to bless us, even so some of our prayer warriors are asleep. But we're going to wake them up.
We're going to wake them up.
We're going to definitely wake them up, because God is definitely good out here.
Hey! Try to DJ! Don't let this stomach fool you, damn it. This big brother can move a little bit. Huh? Oh, man, thank you, baby. I try. Overweight lovers in the house. That's right. They talk all that blue lives matter, black lives matter, fat lives matter. Huh? What my big people, you know what I'm talking about? They understand what we go through. You know what I mean? When you drop money and have to make a decision if it's worth picking it up or not. Do I really need this $10? Fat lives matter. Oh, y'all look good, Brooklyn. I start all my shows off by saying, God is good. I knew y'all was going to say that. I don't care where you at, what religion you is, what color you is. You say God is good, somebody going to say all the time. You just got to know how to use it. I got pulled over on the way up here. I was nervous.
Y'all know what's going on with the cops. They knocked on the window. Excuse me, you know how fast you were going? I was like, God is good. He was like, all the time, man, slow down and keep on moving. It works. Fellas, you arguing with your lady? Just throw it out there in the middle of it, because you know we always lose an argument. You just walking here any time of the night. The dish has been sitting there for 3 days. You just gonna keep walking past it, just throw it out. God is good. And if she don't say all the time, then she working with the devil. So you might need to rethink your relationship. Oh, man. Why my church going, people? In church, people church in the house? There we go, there we go. Yeah. I used to be a preacher, y'all. A lot of judgment just went in this room right now. A lot of judgment. Don't judge me. It's hard, y'all. Too much pressure. You gotta have that preacher voice at any given time. You know that preacher voice I'm talking about? Like, you can't do nothing without just throwing it out there. I used to be at the supermarket just shopping. Pastor, how you doing? God is good. And then you got to be able to rhyme. You know what I mean? Pastor, how you feel today? Blessed by the best, never stressed. God will give you more, never give you less. Too much pressure. You know what I mean? And then it was some things in church I just didn't understand, like baptism. How many of y'all been baptized? I'm like dipped in the pool. You know what I'm talking about? Okay, so y'all can help me out there. They say when you get baptized, right, you go underwater. When you come up, your sins are washed away, right? That's represent the sins washed away. Am I right? What I need to know is, where those sins go? Like, they still floating around in that water? You know what I mean? Like, what if I'm second, right? And a crackhead gets baptized before me? Is those crack sins still floating around in that water? I need to know these things. God is good. I told you every single time. Oh, man, beautiful women are here. Clap it up if you're a wife. Is a wife in the building? Wives? Okay, okay. All right, let's try something else. Ain't nobody getting married nowadays. All right, that's all right. Any girlfriends in the house? Date night, girlfriend? Okay, all right, that's not gonna work either. All right, cool. Any side chicks in the house? Yeah, I heard some claps. Y'all hear the claps? Don't be ashamed of your side chickness. It's okay. It happens. It's all right. Honestly, though, this looked like more of an other woman crowd. You know what I'm talking about? See, it's the difference. See, side chicks and main chicks don't know about each other. The other woman and the wife, they do know. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. So, see, because what happens is this. At this point in life, the other woman is usually somebody who just lost their husband and they want to take care of somebody. The wife at this point in her life wish her husband would die and is tired of taking care of his ass. So they okay with it. It's just like an unknown communication. You see what I'm saying? I know this to be true because what happened was, y'all, my pop was a Rolling Stone. So when I was about 16, right, I'm over the other woman's house. And my stepmom knocks on the door. They sent me to answer the door. I'm nervous. Okay, I open the door. I see my stepmom. I'm like, Mom Peaches? And she knew automatically. She knew right away. She said, it's okay. Tell Eleanor, send your father home tomorrow because the gutters need to be clean and it's going to storm this weekend. I said, what? I walk in there, I'm nervous. I walk in there, he's like, well, who was it? It was Mom Peaches. What'd she want? She said to send Miss Eleanor to tell you to go home tomorrow because you got to clean the gutters out. He said, damn it, I just can't never just be chill. Miss Eleanor said, let's just go at home, baby. We'll make up the time next week. I'm like, is this a relationship or partial custody? Like, what is going on? Happily married man, two children, 5 years. Clap it up for me. Beautiful, beautiful. Yes, 2 children. I have a beautiful son. He's the cutest kid you ever want to choke. 2 years old, y'all. He's 2. He's 2. And the reason he's so, yes, but he remembers everything. So in my house, you don't say no, okay? You say no, I pluck you in the mouth. Don't judge me. Here we go with the judgment again, all right? I don't break the skin or nothing. I just let you know. Don't say no in my house, okay? So I'm sitting down watching the game with my boys. My wife hollered down and says, honey, you take out the trash? I'm like, no. He runs over, plucks me in my mouth. I'm bleeding. I want to choke him, y'all. It's crazy, but I'm trying to be a better husband. I really am. So I decided that the other day, I said I'm going to go food shopping. I hate going food shopping for my wife. I said I'm going to do it. I took my niece and my son with me, right? So she gave me a list. Y'all know how y'all ladies is. She wrote the list down. She broke it down. I got the list. I'm going to the supermarket. So in the car, I tell the kids, listen, when we get to the market, I'm going to give you your list. You get your list. We're going to meet at the ice cream aisle and get out. I know y'all looking at me crazy. Like, you gave a 2-year-old a list? Yes, I did. If he's old enough to pluck me in my damn mouth, he's old enough to help me get these groceries off the shelf. Okay? So I give them the list. We go in there. So we're getting ready to go. They have their own plan. My niece walks up to me. She goes, Uncle Rudy, I like going shopping with you because you let us get whatever we want. I said, nah, baby girl, we're going to get what's on the list and get out, okay? Because Aunt Mo, we don't trying to go through that. My son walks in and says, you know he got to do whatever mommy say. Damn the list. We rip the list up. We get whatever we want. Just go in there. We throwing all types of stuff in the car. I feel good about myself, y'all. We in the car. I got my pride back. You understand what I'm saying? I'm driving, feeling good. Reality hits me. She going to cuss me out when I get home. I get home and say, you know what? I'm going to just put the stuff away real fast and leave. Right? That's the plan. She's already in the damn kitchen. All right? So now I'm nervous. She like, all right, we're going to do this together, then you can go. Okay, babe. So I get in there. I'm taking the groceries out the bag, y'all. I'm taking the bag. I'm not making eye contact because I'm nervous. I know I messed up. All right? So I'm taking the groceries, and she goes, Rudy, yes, babe, this ain't the stuff on the list. This is the stuff on the list. Rudy, yes, babe, this ain't the stuff on the list. This is the stuff on the list. Rudy, yes, this is not the stuff on the list. So now I try to flip it. How you know this ain't the stuff on the list? Huh? What, you memorize the whole list? Huh? How you know? She said, Rudy, you got 20 boxes of cereal. I like cereal, babe. She said, Rudy, you ain't got no damn milk. Oh. She commits to cussing me out, y'all. Now, my niece hates confrontation. So while she's cussing me out, my niece is in the corner jumping up and down screaming, no, no, no. My son runs over to my niece and is plucking her in the damn mouth every time she says no. All right? So he's plucking her. My wife's cussing me out. All haywire's going on in this damn place. Finally, I say, hold up, damn it. It's my house. I pay the bills here. I decide what goes on in this house. Remember me, fellas? That's what I told her in my head. The words that came out of my mouth, God is good. That's my time, Real Valentino. Thank you.
I search low and I search high, trying to find myself a cutie pie.
Come on, y'all, Rudolph Valentino. Hold up. Y'all give it up for Rudolph Valentino and the immigrant that just walked by. Where you going? That's a quick one right there. But coming to the stage right now, without further ado, this brother is all the way from down south. Buckle your seatbelts because I don't know what's about to happen because his energy is off the chain. Please put your hands together for the extremely talented, closing the show tonight. Y'all give it up for my man, Mope Williams. Give it up, y'all.
And it's ours tonight. Turn it off now. Turn it off. I got baptized in that last week. How you doing? You all right? God done been good, haven't it? Well, I'm a people that's broke. First of all, let's get on some real shit. Well, I'm a people that's broke. Make some noise if you broke. Broke. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. That ain't everybody. Let me ask that again. Broke. Broke. The cars don't match up with the people in here. Somebody caught a ride. Don't act high class, low income in here tonight. I seen the parking lot. It's a lot of clean cars, but the headlights real foggy. So you know that's a buy here, pay here. That is a buy here. Who all pay bi-weekly? Hello, do anybody pay bi-weekly? Thank you, ma'am. Can I get another one? Because I do too. I pay goddamn bi-weekly too. Some things just a little bit too real in life, but you better be real with your shit about it. Either I done been through it, you done been through it, or we know somebody who have. It's life. It's about coming up out here. It's about staying true to yourself. Shit gonna get rough like shit get rough for me. I go through ups and downs. Comedy ain't paying for what I needed to pay for right now. So I got to do other shit in my life to supplement the income, to bring it together. Because this shit is only part-time. Tonight, I'm only getting paid 10 chicken wings and 2 Hennessy's. But I'm going to make a way out of no way. I'm going to go back to Atlanta and sell that goddamn boil's head meat and that laundry detergent. That's what I said when I'm not doing comedy. But I will not be broke. You better try in goddamn life. You better make a way, bitch. You better try. I don't care what it is. You better hustle out here. I don't care what it is. People get mad. I ain't trying to work for the temp service. You better work for some goddamn body out here. Because if you a grown-ass man or a grown-ass woman, you cannot live with nobody for free. Some people still ain't listening. Let me read this shit. LAFFaholics Live, hosted by Ray DeJoy. Let me ask that question one more goddamn time. You cannot live with nobody for free being a grown-ass man or a grown-ass woman. And them be the main people talking about, I'm about to get a job. No, you're not. You need to be trying to apply for FAFSA. Whoever you living with, you need to be trying to let them know you're on the team. Some things in life just a little bit too real, but you got to be real with your goddamn self. Like I work for the temp service sometimes. Can I get one associate? Thank you. Can I get one more associate? Thank you. Can I get one more? One more. Cameraman, are you one? Okay, let me get my ass back on this porch. And I be the hardest if I'm working in the warehouse because I smoke weed. Don't fuck with me. I clean up extra shit in the warehouse like the cubicles, the bathrooms. I be working in that goddamn warehouse. The only thing I don't want to hear is, Mr. Williams. I be like, huh? They be like, we need to see you. I be like, bitch, for what? They'll sit you on that little cart and take you to the front. That be the longest little shortest ride. You be like, oh, shit. They need to slow down. Slow down, Larry. Slow down, Larry. They get your ass to the front. They be like, Mr. Williams. I be like, yes. They be like, we need to random. I be like, bitch, not today. I don't got my vinegar and my water for all my weed smokers. Some people don't know what the vinegar and the water. Some people know the baby piss. Do anybody know about getting the youngest baby piss? When you have a drug test, your mind just be like, who the fuck just had a baby? Come here, tinky, winky, 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 piss in this cup so I can get this job. Where my cocaine snorters at? Cocaine snorters. Somebody just caught a nosebleed. Cocaine snorters, make some noise. Baby powder, make some noise. Sheetrock, make some noise. Laughaholics Live hosted Ray DeJoy. Okay. And if you smoking with me, and it's supposed to be more people clapping because there's a lot of purple lips in here. It's a lot. Don't be trying to lick now. I can't lick that purple off. Okay? That's 40 years worth of pulling. I can't lick that purple off. I can't lick that purple off. I can't lick that purple off. And don't pass me the blunt if you got that white shit in the corner of your goddamn mouth. I don't care if it's diesel or gas, bitch, it's yours. That's influenza. That's that dishwater. You know that dishwater come back. Can the crowd say dishwater? Y'all niggas stupid. Well, my people that's married in here, people that's married. Woo. That shit sound like a sad ass clap. No, that clap was just as sad. That shit went from slow to slow, back to slow. I know it's hard, man. Shit, I don't even see myself getting married. But it ain't nothing like when you have a fine woman in your life, fellas, right? You ain't finna let her go. You don't give a fuck what dirt she do. You ain't finna let her go. Shit, my girl talking about, Mo, I think I want to see other people. I say, bitch, you better look out the window. Come on over here. Come look over here. Come on over here, bitch. Come look out the goddamn blind, bitch. You get this motherfucker right here and spin it, bitch. You look out that goddamn blind, bitch. Them are the only people. You see that sidewalk, bitch? Come on over here. You see that park? Let's get on some more real shit since we around here giggling and shit in the Bible study room. There's a lot of grown folks in here ain't taking care of their hygiene. Yeah, let's talk about that. Just real shit. We got co-workers. We got people who we go to work with. People always want to tell me, I forgot. No, your ass didn't. You too grown to be forgetting shit. And sometimes people think just because you brush your teeth that that's it. No. You need to brush that goddamn tongue. That tongue is important. That tongue is important. That tongue is in what? In what? In what? In what? There's some people in here tonight with bad ass breath. Not just bad breath, but shit flying out the mouth. You got diarrhea coming out the mouth. You got toilet tissue paper on the shoulders. You know your breath stink when you're not even talking. You can smell it through your pores. Your heart stank. Your right rib is rotten. Your Adam's apple done spoil you. How your Adam's apple spoil you? Your apple done turned into orange. You got a little bell pepper down there now. Your fruit done turned into a vegetable. You ever went to church and your neighbor breath stank? The pastor want to tell me, turn to your neighbor. Turn to your neighbor. I'll look this way but point the gum that way. Turn to your neighbor. I'm like, bitch, hold on, bitch. Eat it with the paper on it, bitch. Eat it with the paper on it, bitch. That paper still got that scent on it. You good, right? We good, right? Thank you so much. I'm up here working. We on 5 chicken wings, laying 1 Hennessy. How many people in here like to cook? Make some noise if you like to cook for your family. Who all like to be the host of the family get-togethers? Like everybody coming over your house, make some noise. If you are that person in the family that like to bring everything over to your house, right? Let me just get this straight right now. Certain people can't have everything over their goddamn house. Because some people just nasty as hell. Yes, Lord. Some people is nasty. And them be the main people trying to have shit over their house. Come on over to my house. Hell no, Tanya. Not this weekend, not never. You ever went over somebody's house, you chilling in the living room, and you the only person who recognized the roach? Shit. The people who you came to see, the house who it is, they don't say shit, do they? They want to come ask you the dumb question. Are you hungry? Hell no, I'm not goddamn hungry. Not in here. Now, kill that roaches on that VCR. That's what you goddamn do. And why do you still got a VCR? You know you got roaches when you keep your bread, your cereal, and your chips in the refrigerator. You be the main person who left the goddamn cornflakes. Put the motherfucker back in the goddamn counter. You know you got it bad when you keep your bread in the freezer. Because that means them roaches can still get in that refrigerator, because that refrigerator still be on 55, 65. But that goddamn freezer, they ain't with but that refrigerator, they be like, hold on. I got no. We get into the nitty gritty. We down to 2 chicken wings now? 3, all right. God done been good to me. Have God been good to anybody else, man? You know, I know life get hard out here, man, but you just gotta keep trying out here, man. You know, you just gotta keep working it. Just gotta keep working it. Just keep pushing it. How old you is? How old are you? You know, you gotta be very proper when you're talking to older, elderly people. Y'all give it up for 78. Can anybody beat 78? Make some noise. Can anybody beat 78? Make some noise. Some of y'all, goddamn, some of y'all lying now. Hold on now. Shit, some people lying in this bitch. Either you done had a long life or a hard life, goddamn it. Some of y'all there getting 7. Every bit. But we all want to make it there, though. We all want to get there. So y'all give it up for her again, man. Yeah. But I tell you one thing that'll keep you here alone on this earth is laughing and one more thing, a good ass whooping. A good ass whooping. Look what ass whooping did for us. Good laughter and ass whooping. Ass whooping ain't nothing ever been wrong with ass whoopings. The government been trying to take that shit out the house. But ass whooping ain't never did no harm to us. The only thing that an ass whooping did was just make you second think about shit before you did it. Like if I do this, I might just get my ass whooped. That's the only thing that an ass whooping did, right, Ray? That's the only thing that an ass whooping did. And grown folks, our ass whooping nowadays is cuffs. We don't get our ass whooped no more. The government beat our ass. Bills beat our ass. Growing up, when I got my ass whooped, it used to sound like church was going on in the room. My mom be like, Mope, get your ass in that goddamn room. I'd be like, okay. She'd be like, take off your goddamn clothes. I'd be like, okay. I won't do it no more. 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 Mama, I love you. Mama, I'm sorry. Mama, I'm sorry. She'd be like, get your ass in your room. I'd be like, okay. Okay. Hey, man, y'all give it up for goddamn Laughaholics, man. Appreciate y'all. Mope Williams, I got DVDs after the show. Give it up for your host, Ray the John.
Stay on the scene. Get on up like a sex machine.
Mope Williams, y'all give it up for Mope Williams. Thanks for enjoying another episode of Laughaholics Live, 3rd season. We'll see you next time, guys. Have a good night.
the facts you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
Hey, I am Angela Renee. I'm the host of I Love BK, and I'm so thrilled today to talk with my guest. He would say that you may not know my name, but I bet you've heard my music. I am speaking none other than the illustrious singer, songwriter, record producer, musician, Rock and Roll Hall of Famer, Grammy Award-winning, co-founder of Chic, Nile Rodgers. Welcome to I Love BK.
Hey, Angela, what's up?
How you doing? How did I do? I tried my best. There's so much. I mean, you know, roller skater, knitter. I mean, I could have gone on.
And pretty good cook.
And a pretty good cook. Anyway, so thank you for coming. How are you feeling today?
Really
Good?
great. Yeah,
Good.
great.
What I wanted to get to first is that I feel like, you know, this past year, many of us now, since we're rounding the anniversary of this pandemic, that we're sort of having a feeling of renewal. I know I am. I don't know about you, but that's how I'm feeling. And many of us were able to cope and find solace and get through with music. Thankfully, D Nice and DJ Cassidy with Pass the Mic and others created that virtual space for us to be able to kind of party together. And much of that music had your name on it.
Yeah.
Talk about how that feels to know that basically you helped us survive for the past year, you know, with some of your music. How does that feel?
I don't think of it like that because that was their choice to play it. But, you know, it sure felt good being a part of it. Like when I first heard D doing it, it was maybe 2 or 3 days into it. And he only had a couple of hundred followers.
Yeah.
And he says, well, now when you came on, then I got like thousands. I was like, well, don't blame it on me. I was just one of the horde.
Yeah, I think it was about 200 people. I was in the room as well when he first started, and then it just grew exponentially. But also, speaking of which, the unofficial anthem for Club Quarantine is "Thinking of You," which you and Bernard produced for Sister Sledge, wrote and produced for Sister Sledge. And I think there's a remix of that. I'm pretty sure I heard a remix of that.
He's playing the Dimitri from Paris remix.
And talk about how that came about, the remix.
So Dimitri is a huge Chic fan. And he does mixes that are very faithful to the original record. Like he doesn't use anything that's actually not on the original tape. So he starts it off with a long guitar intro, which I didn't mind, obviously. And it just started to blow up in the clubs in Europe. And then it sort of filtered its way back to America. And Derek got hold of it and just loved it. And he just did that on his own. Honestly, it had nothing to do with me. I was shocked as everyone else.
Really? I thought
Yeah.
you had something to do with it. So this is I Love BK, and we talk about notable experiences and former residents and that kind of thing, from Brooklyn. And I don't know if it's widely known, but you used to live here at one point. You used to live in
Yeah.
Brooklyn. Walk us down, no pun intended, to Bernard's baseline, but walk us down what a day in your life at that time would have looked like in Brooklyn.
So believe it or not, chic was really invented in Brooklyn. It came to life. Bernard was living on Flatbush and Church, and I was living on Cortalia Road, between Ocean. No, what is it? I don't know Brooklyn that well, but Cortalia, like Ditmas, Dorchester, Ocean Avenue, and something like that.
Mhm.
And also near Flatbush.
Yeah.
So between all that, and I didn't have a day job, but Bernard did. But I was living with a girl, and she had a day job. So while she was away at her job, I wrote the very first Chic single, which is called "Everybody Dance." And I remember Bernard coming home from work, and he came over to the crib, and I played it for him, and he was like going, "Damn, brother, what's that?" I was like going, "Just something I came up with." And yeah, that was the very, very first song we ever wrote and played together. And at that time, we were Luther Vandross's backup band. So we were doing a gig in a couple of weeks at Radio City Music Hall. And in those days at Radio City, believe it or not, you used to have to do 2 shows a day or 2 shows a night if you want to. And during the intermission, we ran to the recording studio and recorded Everybody Dance and 2 other songs, all for $15.
What? That's unbelievable. Wow. I am so thrilled to know that basically Chic was sort of born in Brooklyn. That makes me very happy.
Yeah.
So at that time, it was 77?
76 going into 77. But it was 76.
76 going into 77. So with styles of music or genres of music, usually there's like a subculture, right? We saw it with like P-Funk, how they came out dressed in the sort of Afro-futuristic thing and the punk rock and the dress and the whole thing. And even with Earth, Wind, and Fire, their sort of avant-garde outfits. But Chic kept it like couture and sexy and streamlined. How did you come about? How did that happen? Who inspired or what inspired the style for Chic?
So what happened was Bernard and I were in this band called New York City, and we had one hit record, but that was it. But the record was so big that we wound up touring all over the world. And just when they decided that it probably was going to fizzle out because they had released their second album, they all came back from Europe. We were in London at the time, but what happened was one of my suitcases was stolen, and that particular suitcase had my passport as well as my wallet. So I had no money and no ID, and they left me, of course. That's what brothers do. Good brothers, they leave you. So they left me, and I was stranded in London. Fortunately, there was a girl that I was going out with, and this was a Friday that they took off. So I couldn't go to the American Embassy until the following Monday. And she decided to take me out to a club to hear her favorite band. And we went to this club, and her favorite band was called Roxy Music. And it was the very first time in my life that I had seen a rock and roll band, a white rock and roll band, get dressed up to go out on stage. I mean, like really like super couture clothing. They looked beautiful. The audience was also a representation of the band. You know how how when you get into somebody, you start to dress like them?
Yeah, absolutely.
So the crowd was beautiful. I sound like cabaret. The orchestra was beautiful. The crowd was beautiful. And I called Bernard up. I'll never forget this. I called him up and I said, "Man, we got to do the black version of that." And he said, "What are you talking about?" I said, "Yeah, these guys got like all dressed up in designer clothing." And I didn't know much about it,
Mhm.
but I could see that there was something very different about their look and everybody else. So when I came home, I eventually got my passport.
Yeah.
I came back to New York, and I started going out with a girl by the name of Nefertiti. And Nefertiti, she had just graduated from Fashion Institute of Technology, so she knew all the new designers. She knew
Mm.
Norma Kamali, Jane Barnes, and all these people. She also worked at a store called Fiorucci.
Halston,
So-
Gucci,
Right.
Gucci.
Right. So
Yes.
I didn't know anything about this stuff. So it was just me living vicariously through her and all of her fashion friends, or her fashionistic friends, and also noticing that there was a movement in New York, which we called the Buppy movement, the Black urban professionals who were now starting to work on Wall Street. We started to have what they called the supermodel. This was the time of Beverly Johnson and people like that. And when you looked at a Roxy Music cover, they had supermodels on that cover. They had famous models or Playboy bunnies. I guess they were interchangeable to Brian Ferry. So we did a similar type of thing. We got Alva Chin, and I forget the French woman's name, but to pose for the cover of our album. We recorded Everybody Dance, which didn't get us a record deal, but we wrote a song called Dance, 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 Yowza, Yowza, Yowza. And that just totally blew up. I mean, it was just everywhere. And that got us the album deal. And we weren't like really outgoing. So we used the couture look to sort of be in the background. And we had two girls up front that sort of simulated the album cover.
Mm.
And so they thought the two girls were chic or chic,
Yeah.
as they would say in the early days. And it just sort of blew up from there. Our records were what blew us up. And that's what was cool about the whole disco movement, is that if you just had music that would fill the dance floor, no one cared whether you were fat, black, gay, ugly, whatever. We felt really cool standing in the background, letting the girls do the thing up front. But we masterminded the whole thing. And honestly, all those ideas just came from the different women that I was sort of dating at the time, because they were way more sophisticated than I was. And I didn't read fashion magazines or anything like that, where they were engrossed in that stuff and they would talk about it. So I'd write about it.
Mm. I think you're a fashion plate now, though.
Oh, I got it down now.
But also, too, I want to talk about the style of the sound in a way. Also, the way you styled your staging. I mean, you had strings on this. I mean, like almost sometimes full orchestras. How did that reminded me? Wait, I don't know if you told me this, but it reminded me of Barry White.
Right.
What he used to do. Did we talk about this? Maybe we did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what happened was, we looked at Chic just as another R&B funk kind of band.
Mhm.
But because we were from New York City, and they had TSOP, the sound of Philadelphia, we wanted to represent style and class and sophistication. Not that Philly wasn't sophisticated, but they didn't have Fiorucci in Philadelphia. So we just decided that we would be the sort of Duke Ellington, Count Basie of R&B. The only problem is that we got a little bit blindsided by two other acts that were thinking along the same lines. Dr. Buzzard's original Savannah band that did Cherchez la Femme, and they had another really, really big, they had a couple of big records, Sun Shower.
Yeah.
And then also another guy who went to the same school that I went to, a guy named Walter Murphy and the Big Apple Band, who did a fifth of Beethoven. So our group was called the Big Apple Band until he came out with that record. Now, we had become popular in New York as the Big Apple Band. So when he dropped that, everybody thought that it was, Bernard and myself and Tony, but it wasn't. And that's when we changed our name to Chic, and then the whole concept fell in place.
So disco sucks. Yeah.
No,
I
it
don't
doesn't. But yes,
it doesn't. I don't want to get into that whole thing. But I do want to talk about basically, I feel like it was a public lynching of a genre of music that was like rooted in racism and intolerance. However, that said, I'm curious to know how you managed to sort of keep your confidence and evolve in the aftermath of that and still be true to your sound. How did that happen? Describe that.
So we had one really lucky break.
Mm.
So in the summer of '79, we had 2 #1 pop singles on the Billboard charts. We had Le Freak, Freak Out, and we had Good Times. So both those records were groundbreaking, did a lot for our careers, and brought Diana Ross to one of our shows. And she was so impressed with the violins and the whole look. And at that time, we had way more girls in the band than guys, because we had 2 women on trumpet, a woman on trumpet, a woman on sax. We had 4 violins. They were all women. We had Luther, and then Luther had one of his girls next to him. And then we had Alpha and Lucy standing there. So there were way more girls than guys on the stage. So that also gave us a sophisticated look, and the fact that we were funky. So we were on tour with some of the hardest funk bands, and we could hold our own.
Yeah.
And that sort of that really impressed Diana Ross. She thought that was, I mean, I hate to say it, she called us cute. She said, "Oh, you guys are so cute." We're like, cute. We're totally sweating and whatever, but we're like, okay, from Diana Ross, we'll take cute. And we met with her, signed contracts, and thank God we had signed contracts, because the Disco Sucks backlash was so all-encompassing that had we not been signed, I'm pretty sure Berry Gordy would have not let us produce Diana Ross. But at that point, they were already committed. There was a great hero of ours named Suzanne DePass, who was the president of Motown at the time. And even though the whole Disco Sucks thing had gone down, she still believed in our musicality. She just believed somehow we had something different than every other funk band. And man, she just stuck it out with us. Everybody hated the Diana record except for Diana and us and Suzanne, of course. They hated it. And especially after we wrote I'm Coming Out. Oh my. I mean, I thought we were going to get lynched. At that time, the biggest DJ in America was named Frankie Crocker.
Yeah.
And Diana took the record over to Frankie because she just loved it. She was so happy. It had a whole new energy. The whole album was basically a documentary about the life of Diana Ross, as seen through the eyes of Nile Rodgers and Bernard Edwards. So it wasn't Diana telling her story, it was us telling her story. And one night I happened to go to a trans club. It wasn't really a trans club, it was just a gay club. And I guess this was trans night or something. But I didn't know. Like to me, it was just a club in our neighborhood, because I lived in Hell's Kitchen at the time, 1 block away from Studio 54. And in that area at that time, there were tons of pop-up clubs that were just the bomb. And I walked into this club one night called the Gilded Grape. And I went to the bathroom, and on either side of me, there were like 4 or 5 deep Diana Ross impersonators.
Yes.
And I was like, it was so early in my career that I couldn't even get all excited and say, "Yo, you won't believe it, I'm producing Diana Ross." Because no one would have believed me. I mean, even though I'm a New Yorker, people knew me at the clubs and all that sort of thing. But still, we had never touched anything as big as Diana Ross. So I ran outside. I called my partner, Bernard, who was still living in Brooklyn at the time, and said, look, write this down because I know I'm going to get drunk tonight and I'm going to forget it. He says, what? I says, write down, I'm coming out. And I explained to him the scenario. I said, bro, it's like a Fellini movie. I'm in there. I got all these Diana Ross impersonators and we're writing Diana's new record. We absolutely have to recognize Diana's, well, at the time we said Diana's alignment with the gay community, just how much they worshiped her, and and we had to recognize it. I mean, that was a sign. So we went, and the next day we got to the studio. I played the idea for Bernard for "I'm Coming Out,"
and Frankie embraced it, obviously.
No, Frankie told Diana he told her it was gonna ruin her career.
No way.
Yeah.
Oh, gosh, it's so.
And like Diana is so not homophobic or anti-gay or anything like that, but because we had told her the album was all about her and it was basically a documentary about her life, well, this was just an aspect of focusing on her fans. This wasn't saying that Diana was really coming out, right? But we did an interview with Diana, and the lyrics really are basically a rearrangement of Diana's lyrics. She said, when this new album, I just want to break out of my shell. I want to do something different, because Motown, for a person like Diana Ross, was very, very restricted. In other words, she was really inside of a bubble. So basically they told her what to sing. This was the first time that somebody sat down and composed for Diana Ross specifically. So somehow she got it a little bit twisted in her head that every single song had to be about her life, like myopically about her life. But no, we just meant the eyes of Bernard and Niall looking at Diana's world, which is why we wrote My Old Piano as well. And she even said, I don't play piano. I said, but it's in your house and it's cool and probably. And I said, listen to the lyrics. You talk about your piano like it's a living thing. You go, my baby entertains the real life of the party, but anyway.
Oh, cool. I'm just disappointed that, Frankie seemed to be responsible for so many artists at that time, breaking so many artists. That's interesting. Yeah. Anyway.
It was like, to me, the whole concept of music is that, especially Black music, we do what we want when we hear it. How many records when you were a kid had